draining it too much, as we know with any EV. That's you want to keep it in that sort of happy equilibrium of not if you want to keep the battery alive for longer. So Loic Duval had done 20 laps in that stint.
And before that?
Before that one, well, that was a much shorter one. That was only 8 laps because he was on the slicks.
Okay. And then it rained. So he's done 20 laps behind the safety car in about 90 minutes.
Oh, hang on.
In more than that, because they're doing 10-minute laps, so 200 minutes.
Yeah, 20 laps for these cars under the safety car. Now, I noticed actually the Peugeots in the dry conditions weren't able to do 12 laps like most of the other cars could. They were... Just having to scroll this back quite a while. Yeah, so they were doing 11 laps every single time in the dry, and other teams could definitely achieve 12.
Full service going on here. They're fitting a new nose. There are fresh wets on the car. They're doing all sorts of clearing out of muck and rubbish from the air ducts. And a very, very, very moist Graham Goodwin has just splashed into the back of the booth. I'm assuming then that the rain has not lightened from level 2 and may already be approaching level 3. Certainly on the 10-minute walk from the caravan to here. It's, yeah. Anthony came in and I thought, oh, it stopped raining, because he said, oh, yeah, it's just pouring with rain. But Graham looks like he's actually stood in the shower block rather than walked past it.
I will tell you, this is just the last 45 seconds. It wasn't raining. Now it is, very much indeed.
I thought it was that age-old debate going on here, whether it's better to go quicker and you get less wet when it's raining, or the slower you go, do you get more wet or less wet? Because the faster you go, obviously, you're hitting the raindrops quicker.
Now, actually, I thought you were more analytical than that, because you've known me for quite a long time, and you know I've not gone quickly.
So that I've always wondered, and now I know.
Well, now
it's just a living example of if you go slowly, you get more wet.
No, now you know that if it's raining heavier than when you came in, you get more wet.
Don't overcomplicate it with science.
Of course, now...
Fact.
The other downside of the increase in weather is that Louise has pretty much finished doing her makeup and had a banana, and she's just about ready to get her race suit on and go out into the pit lane.
I was just checking.
Have you brought the wellies, Lou? No, the wedge wellies. She's left them in Nice. Rookie error.
Everything is fine. They're just still doing this. At least it's getting lighter out there for you. Did your virtual 24 hours of Le Mans ever have a thing where they keep you under a virtual safety car for a couple hours?
Yes. No, the answer was yes.
The answer was just a stony silence.
We didn't have virtual safety cars, but we did have virtual red flags in fact, I think we have had in all the virtual Le Mans 24 hours. Yeah, I know Eduardo's been at home to visitors. I think, essentially, if you bring an espresso and a bit of cake, there was somebody from the Porsche Penske team the last time we looked into race control. There you see Mike from the Toyota Gazoo racing team. Yeah, just popped in for a chat. I mean, he's not the enemy.
No.
You know, he's one of the good guys, and actually the teams do appreciate him. Now then, Graham Goodwin, in your many, 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 many years of watching endurance racing,
yes,
have you ever heard these words, safety car D?
That will be one to allow one, I presume, to fuel.
Indeedy. Hey, Angie and I were thrilled, and I can't overstate that, really thrilled to discover that there was such a thing, safety car D. And yes, they have had to refuel the safety cars, the thing that everybody always jokingly questions.
More than once have I seen races with the safety car needs to be refueled. I seem to recall 24 hours of Dubai that's happened, and I'm absolutely certain it's happened in my time doing the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
But did you know there was a safety car?
Yeah, I actually saw 4 go out.
Yeah, but did you know it was called D?
Oh, now we're getting pernickety.
I just want you to answer the question.
No, Anthony, I didn't know that.
He
You
didn't
see,
know.
you see-
He didn't know.
You see, even when we've got the old duffers in the booth, they learn something as well as us. And Anthony, by the way,
Hang on, if this helps, every day's a school day.
every
That's
day
what
is a
he
school
said.
day. Even Sundays are a school day. Now,
And indeed,
Anthony.
Safety Car D is now just picked up that queue.
It's a joyous occasion.
Yeah. And so he's now swapped out with safety
B.
car B, which is the final one to go in for fuel.
They're excited about it.
Yeah, they are.
No, not two, there's four.
Now then, Anthony, going back to a long and really interesting questioning debate for which we had absolutely no answer, I am indebted to a friend of the show, Serge van Bronckhorst from Corvette Racing. The caddy at race speed in the dry, approximately 6.2 kilos a lap. So for Yeye to be doing 1.1, did he say, or 1.4 a lap?
1.6.
Well, I thought it was less than that. That's an
1.2.
1.2. That's an astonishingly small amount of fuel if they're using 6.2
At race speed.
at race speed on a normal
Wow.
lap. Yeah. So yes,
That is surged, he can't do maths.
he doesn't have to do maths. He's just read the figure out on and typed
Oh,
it
that's
into a
fine
phone
then.
for me. So
That's
no,
fine.
Ant and I were trying to guesstimate based on not having any clue how much fuel a hypercar takes to get round 10 laps, and then trying to divide a number that we don't know. And then Anthony was referring back to Formula One for 3 laps, not necessarily all at speed, using a few kilos over an indeterminate distance. There were too many X's in any of our equations, and Sergio's actually supplied some hard data.
It was a guesstimation from our side.
I think that's fair enough. For me, at the
It
moment,
was a 5 a.m. ramble, is what it was.
My entire 5:51 a.m. brain is filled with images of Serge and how absolutely wrecked he probably looks at this time of the morning.
He never looks wrecked. He always looks impeccable. Dear, really, he's just helped us, or in fact, helped the audience by stopping us rambling on incessantly without coming to an answer, by giving us a hard answer.
I'm going to just do what I like to do at this time of the morning and go all on a partridge. It's 5:51 and it's at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
5:51. Hello, all your truggers out there. The sun is, well, the sun's not going. The sun is coming up. We can't see it because luckily there's lots of lead and cloud. Warning: PDE gas.
Yeah, it tends to be like that this time of the morning. You know,
Error code. Now, is that a direct feed from
That was Cadillac,
the
wasn't it?
car? Yeah. There's not an error message on the dash here, is there? Don't know what PDE gas is. Anthony, should we have a 20-minute conversation guessing what the acronym might be?
Here we go again. No, I'm not playing this game. I think, by the way, I think I did come to the conclusion it must have been around 6 kilos, didn't I? I think I did.
About
We have-
4.5 kilos, says
No,
Anthony.
that was the F1 car. So I deduced that it must be.
I'm scrolling
6
back
kilos.
live on air.
That was you.
didn't.
That was you. That bit.
Right, let's hear from Yeye Fei and see if he's got anything interesting for us.
It's getting brighter and brighter. I think the sunset is coming, sunrise is coming soon.
Yeah, sunrise is coming soon.
I think you're a bit late on that. I think sunrise has risen. Let's take a look at what it tells us. Sunrise 5:59. I'm wrong. 6 minutes till sunrise, so we're getting the pre-dawn, the blue light the photographers that love so much, they get so excited about. But probably not while it's wet. Graham, if you press the red button, that helps.
It's still tied. I brought the blue back, brought out the bit where you said where you said you were wrong. I put that one in the A column.
Yes.
Did he say he was wrong?
He did say he was wrong.
See, that'll be a meme that comes back about every month now, won't it?
Much more
Replacing the
regular
other one.
than that. Yes.
At 3:30 in the morning. Whoever that young man was was that 2 years ago now?
2 years ago.
Whose dad wouldn't allow him to have cake at
It was cake for breakfast.
at what, 3:30 in the morning?
2:30 in the morning.
2:30 in the morning? I mean, breakfast at 2:30. I don't see how you can possibly ban cake for breakfast at
child is-
2:30 a.m.
That
because
child is almost certainly in care now.
it's not breakfast. At 2:30 a.m. it's not breakfast, it's just a survival snack.
Absolutely.
So cake is absolutely
It's essential.
one of the two alternatives.
It's not that.
Please don't.
Oh dear. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Toyota remain 1-2. Very little has changed in the last couple of hours. The race has not changed its pattern much, and that's because they've been behind the safety car for 2 hours, over 2 hours.
Remarkably, in the what seems like 5 minutes, but apparently it was 2.5 hours that since I left, the top group more or less the same. The changes. CrowdStrike Racing by APR, I believe, lost a wheel. Is that correct?
Yes, and is out of the race
Yeah.
because, or they found the wheel, they couldn't get it back on the car, and despite the best efforts of Stewie suggesting that they stuff a bit of broken car into the wheel, into the brake disc to stop the wheel turning so they could drive the other wheel, unfortunately they couldn't, so that car is out.
He will have been very annoyed with that wheel.
I think they're just. Hugh Chamberlain always said, could cars please have the decency either to go all the way to the checkered flag or stop before the pubs close, which I think is an entirely acceptable premise.
That's completely fair enough.
Of course, cars being cars, they did neither quite frequently, and normally waited, lurking quite happily around the track until Hugh came into the booth, and then he'd start chatting and go, Hugh, is that your car at the side of the... Oh, good
Again,
Lord.
yes.
Yes. The times that happened, you would think he would have avoided the commentary booth like the plague, but bless him, he would still come in and see us. Hugh Chamberlain, who we lost this year, very sadly missed member of the Le Mans fraternity.
Oh, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, isn't he just?
But again, great memories, and actually somebody posted pictures of Brooksy, John Brooks, one of our photography colleagues who passed away just a couple of years ago.
John Brooks hasn't passed away.
Has he not?
No, he's live kicking. I spoke to him last week.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, I thought, oh right. In which case,
if he's dead, he's doing a very good job of disguising it.
In which case, that I haven't seen
Sorry,
him
John.
for a while. I'm very sorry, Brooksy.
So basically, what you're telling us here, Martin, is if you don't see someone for a while, you think they're dead.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Are you wrong again?
Yeah.
Two. He's definitely not dead.
Well, I'm very happy in that case. Why did I think that he...
I'm telling you.
No, who am I thinking of now?
If I tell you this, he's writing a book. I know which book it is.
Not Kerry.
I sort
Who
of
am I
know.
thinking
No,
of?
Kerry's not dead either.
No, who am I thinking then? Anyway,
It's
all
not
right.
really. It's not a good game to play. This.
It's not a game.
The next phrase that's going to come out is,
Okay.
nobody's not very well. But, you know, it's... That's a famous night bus conversation about the cast members of Dad's Army some 20 years ago.
I missed
7
that.
o'clock cannot come soon enough.
That's what you think.
Oh, dear me.
At 7 o'clock, you're just going to have to go out into the rain.
It is 5:58 in the morning. Oh, good grief.
Now, luckily, David Addison wrote down when the safety car began. Rather unluckily, he took the piece of paper with him. It has,
we've got-
however, been circulating
For 3
a
hours and
while.
3,045 minutes across 2 safety cars.
Okay.
Four full course yellow periods and a total time of 12.5 minutes. So we've had 3 hours 45 minutes of safety car in this race, and that first safety car came into darkness, didn't it?
And that was that just under an hour and a half? So I think we've been I do think we've been a good 2 hours here. When did I come in? Hang on a second, bear with. I came in here at about 2:45, and the safety car was already, oh no, it was just about to go out. So I'd say a whisker under 3 o'clock. It's now nearly 3 hours out.
So we must have had 45 minutes of safety car. That doesn't feel right.
We're not in any danger of them smashing the all-time record
Oh,
of
good grief,
total amount of laps achieved.
No.
However, it would be an all-time record if they have to fuel the safety cars twice.
And now it's about 6 o'clock, so it's now sunrise, and you're in the car for a bit less than 3 hours now.
And he's thinking, thanks a lot, Mike Conway.
That is, he's regretting pushing Mike off his bike now, isn't he? Isn't he, though?
They were cycling together.
They were cycling
By all
together.
It was when he said you're in the car. Does he need reminding?
Yeah, you're in the car for 3 hours, and the safety car remains out, and you've got another 12 laps of fuel, buddy.
I don't think he could be described as a motivational coach. Really.
Some of the engineers, bearing in mind they're on the Pratt perch on the pit wall, it's cold, it's been raining, it's probably got water trickling down their necks, and they are still ebullient, even though they have not had any rest at all, unlike the drivers. Some of them are astonishingly positive. I mean, I suppose it goes with the territory, but yeah, there are definitely some very bright and bouncy team members on the pit wall and on the radio. Ryan Cullen has finally been allowed to bring the number 10 Vector Sport LMC2 car in and get out of it. By the way, and Graham, you're going to love this. Who was it who was being told on the radio? Was it one of the Porsche drivers being told on the radio that the rain they thought was due to finish in about 3 hours 40 minutes or in another hour and 40 minutes, and his drive time would be up in an hour and 45 minutes.
That's the most Porsche thing ever.
So, but that means that he will have spent 4 hours in the car, and almost all of it trudging around tediously, cramping up, and desperately trying to keep himself awake in the wee small hours behind the safety car.
Rear clip change there for the number 10 car, which is a strong run, still running at the moment in 4th place. Ryan Cullen, it was, brought the car in.
The good thing is, though, for the drivers, if it does dry up at any stage towards in the next 10 hours of this race, which that view riding on board here with Jaminet is not very convincing that it will. If it does, though, the drivers, from having driven around slowly like this for such a long time and effectively doing their whole driver time by not pulling any G-force at all, they'll be fresher. So when they do, when it's asked from them again to push 100% in the dry conditions with all that loading going through the body as usual, it's they'll be in a better place because of it.
Yeah, that wiper not working at the moment. Is that just...
He probably feels he can, at these kind of speeds, he feels like he can see okay, or yeah, maybe that's not working.
No, it's not working.
Do you know, is that a fact?
Yeah.
They said that already, okay.
Had a radio message about 90 minutes ago. Have you tried pressing the button again? Yes, I've tried pressing the button again.
Oh, wow.
That was it. Yep, wiper button does not work.
I mean, when you speed up, it does, you can just about survive without the wiper, actually, when you're at speed. But the problem is here, it's so wet. If they are released at any moment from the safety car,
unless you're behind the 50 Ferrari as well.
Rain car forecast for the next hour. Constant rain at the current level. So, although our timing screen is still saying that rain level 2 due to increase to level 3 after 6:15. So the next wave of storm is coming through, and that's exactly what the Toyota engineers were telling Brendan Hartley a little while ago. Going to have a little bit of a lull, then the next band of rain in the storm will come through. And Brendan, of course, was talking about cramping up and saying, I don't think I can stay in the car much longer. Can you look at doing something? And they're kind of going, yeah, but no. But again, you know, you're saying, well, they'll be rested, they won't have gone under the physical stress and everything. They'll be stiff as a board and absolutely their body's crying out for release, and then they've got to go and do 230 miles an hour down the straight. Well, that doesn't sound like they're going to be the freshest for that. It would be better, if you're going to go green, to have a fresh, rested driver in before you do, wouldn't it?
No, because if they did go, if they were allowed to go full throttle and to get going again, the cramp would go away. Because he doesn't get cramp under normal driving conditions. He's only getting cramp when he's off all the pedals and holding his feet back, or wherever part of his body's cramping up. He's, I'm guessing it's the kind of front of his shins holding his feet back off of the pedals all the time. Which a taller driver will suffer with more, because the angle of attack of your foot when you pull it back is much more severe as your knee goes higher up. It's more effort to pull your foot back to an upright position. So yeah, he would be absolutely fine if he could get going again.
By the way, this is the Isotta Fraschini setting off. It's still 19th place, 5 laps, so now 6 laps off the lead. I'm quite impressed with the run with that car so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And both Lamborghinis still going as well. So brand new cars and still going. Now, unfortunate for Alpine, I think they were aware that they had a potential engine issue. They had blown one up in endurance testing, and car had broken down, or one of the cars that they were testing had broken down as well. So they knew they had that potential frailty. Hopefully that won't be a long-term thing, because it's not looking glorious, it sounds glorious, but if it's going to blow up after 6 hours, it's going to be a bit less glorious.
Well, you know, those who be saying, yeah, it's 5 laps off the lead. Spooling back to your World Championship year, Anthony, 2014, you were 3rd at Le Mans, and your car was 5 laps off the lead.
I remember we restarted after a crash out of Tetra Rouge. We restarted and we were in 43rd position or something ridiculous, and we just kept pounding around. The car was making all kinds of noises I had never heard before. I was thinking it's only a matter of time till this thing fails. It made it all the way to the end.
Wow.
And it was quick, and yeah, we got onto the podium. One of the rare times in WEC history that a team, a driver lineup's gone on to win the World Championship without winning Le Mans.
Yeah. Not bitter, though.
Not at all. Not that year.
Oh,
Dear me. By the way,
Yeah, it was nice to catch up with Mark Webber, actually, speaking of drivers that have won the World Championship, not Le Mans. There can't be many.
no, really can't be many.
I'll have a look at that one in a minute.
Driver change in the 77 Mustang. That'll be Ben Barker getting out, I think.
And look how misted it up the windscreen is.
No, from the windscreen, from the front. I think it was the like airing.
Yeah, okay, I see. Unfortunately, nothing we could do now, and we don't want to pit now, so we have to deal with. Can you close something, or?
It's already all closed.
I can recall back in the first year of the Bentley programme and hearing the in-car radio with Guy Smith. This was not under a safety car. That car, the Bentley, had never tested in the rain, and its rain sealing was somewhat suboptimal.
Lead like a sieve.
Literally couldn't see a thing at full tilt down the Mulsanne straight, and that was terrifying.
I can't imagine, actually. Look, you can see just getting into the car, Ryan Hardwick's glass has already missed it up.
Yeah.
His windscreen has missed it up, and this is because the car is wet inside and being heated from underneath by the furnace in the bonnet and the heating pipes, or the exhaust as otherwise known, and that's just boiling any water that's inside, and it's immediately turning into steam and misting up condensation on the inside of the very cold windscreen. So now he's moving a little bit. There should be some airflow, but
That's as fast as he's going to go.
Yeah.
So when he joins the safety car, so it's a horrible situation to be in. You're desperate to lean forward and wipe the screen, but obviously being belted in, you can't.
I have seen in GT cars actually a squeegee on a stick.
That's
Yeah,
not
literally.
Really not a bad idea. And
It's
you do
better
have,
than not seeing where you're going, that's for sure.
for anyone out there, if you're still watching, well done, first of all. Secondly, you might be asking yourself, well, why can't the teams do something about it, like run a heated element in the screen or something like some fancy road cars have? Well, they do. You do have heated front screens. You have elements that you can turn on, but even still, it's not enough to cope with that level of steam as it mists up in these conditions. And it's just, you know, your body temperature, you're sitting there at 37 degrees Celsius, so you're giving off heat the whole time. And as the car's cold around you, same as in a winter's day, and you wake up in the morning and the window's got condensation. Well, it's come from you.
Mate, you need to get your house insulated.
It is.
But the key thing, actually, is the moisture in your breath, because no matter how slowly you're going, you are still breathing out hot, humid air. And it's that, more than anything else, that's adding to the moisture level in the car. Don't forget, most of these drivers haven't been out of the car for flipping hours. And look at that. I mean, that's...
Shrink Wrap family.
That is grim determination. They have been under that tarp for a long, long while. I think that's the banking down at Indianapolis Arnage, isn't it? And, yeah, bless them. There are an awful lot of fans who'll be waking up in a tent, having had a fairly sleepless, wet, cold, miserable night, going, it's really quiet.
Yeah.
So is the race still going?
A significant change in the order, by the way, in the last few minutes. And as Martin frantically looks up and down to look at what I'm talking about, safety car B's back out.
I'm looking at the wrong screen. So we have safety car A, B and C on track once more, which means safety car D can go in and refuel. The refueler refuels.
And my guess is we'll reposition and allow one of the others to refuel again, because if B needed fueling, C surely...
No, they've all refueled.
Oh, they've all refueled?
All three have refueled.
Right.
It has cycled through, replacing each one by...
Excellent.
One by one. So it now refuels, and in another 2 hours, they are likely going to have to do the same thing again. Because the prognosis for us going green in any kind of a hurry is not brilliant.
Oh dear, car 55 man is under investigation for exiting the pit lane under the same safety car.
Oh dear.
Now, that shouldn't be possible, because the pit lane exit should be closed. So it's less about joining the same safety car and more about going through the pit lane exit. If the pit lane marshal allowed the pit lane exit to be green, then Simon Mann, I think, was entirely within his rights to exit. It should have been red, but of course the teams need to know the rules, and so the team should not have sent him out to go through, but the Vista Air, of course, the team, normally very efficient, may possibly have miscued on that one. Now then, look at this. Whoa, that's an exciting picture, because it's not pitch black anymore. We're looking away from the rising sun out of our back window, which is where Anthony just craned his head round. That's looking pretty much west, whereas the sun is rising in the east.
I think as well that the camera makes it look a little bit brighter than the human eye at this point.
The pictures of the fans don't really make it look very bright at all, do they? That's I've been here in weather like this as a punter, and it's like the teams. You're just sticking it out because you've made all the effort to come here.
Did you commentate to all the people around you?
No, but I didn't get a Mexican wave as I came in either. But
you did. That surprises me greatly.
That was them shooing him away more than Mexican wave.
It only happens like every 3-4 laps, so not every time.
Yife, which brightness setting are you currently running on the dash?
2.
Okay, copy. We are looking into it.
He's got some kind of...
Yeah, Yife is talking about the brightness of the dashboard, which you can turn up and down. Of course, when it's dark, you have to turn the brightness down, just like you can in your road car when in the night time, so it's not kind of blinding and impairing your vision looking to the road. So you can have the same system in a sports car, and so Yife is saying, well, it's not staying at the same brightness every once in a while. It must be getting brighter or
some kind of flicker,
or dimmer or something. Yeah, I would say it's getting brighter for him. And then it goes back to being a darker screen again.
Well, during the day, when you turn the lights on in your road car, normally it immediately dims your screens, doesn't it? So and your view. So what he will want as daylight comes is for it to get brighter. So if he's complaining, presumably it's not getting brighter, but actually getting darker. Just saw that driver change in Proton competition. And again, Harry Tincknell getting out of that car looking very stiff-legged. And incidentally, Neil Jarney running around, pulling his gloves on. So Neil may not necessarily have finished his brekkie and expecting to get into the car.
The amount of times I got into the car after my teammates had got out and the dash was full bright in the night time, you'd get into it and you just think, how are you surviving like this? And it's funny, maybe I'm just very finicky when it comes to the brightness of my dash.
But I can't believe that
I knew exactly where.
Cannot believe that could possibly be true.
Thank you.
But it's like when you put on a headset in the booth and you go, wow, how deaf are you? And where, how do I turn the volume down? When somebody else has used the headset, you go, what? It's deafening. No, down.
It's exactly the same kind of thing. You think, wow, how do they not care that it's so bright? It's very odd. But yeah, for me, I really noticed it. Or maybe they just didn't know where. Maybe they haven't done their homework. They don't know where the brightness setting is in the menus of the steering.
Must be when your wife gets into the van and she goes, how could the seat be so close to the steering wheel?
She is. Mrs. Davison is not anywhere near as fussy as I am.
Again, that's something I find incredibly hard to believe.
Thank you.
Well, hang on a minute. We know Anthony, she can't be that fussy, let's be honest. She's married him.
I'll give you that one.
like Kelly McNish, she's a saint and she's still alive because she stayed married to Alan for all that time. Indeed, Mrs. Haven as well. Oh, by the way, happy Father's Day to any fathers in the UK who are awake at this stage.
Exactly. Yeah, happy Father's Day.
I hope my dad's not awake at 6:16, but I'm sure he'll be awake later.
My dad is.
So it is.
He's been texting away. He's still there listening.
That's the.
Well done,
are
Dad.
they quite regular? Is that like social media's pre-programmed them? So every 43 minutes he sounding really good.
Oh wow, yeah. Excellent race.
Yeah.
Great. He texted me about Brendan Hartley's leg cramp. Yeah, he says he gets that and his clutch calf, so he can totally empathise with Brendan Hartley.
Well, I get it.
He's all over it.
I get it in the shin, heeling and towing in the minor, because I don't do it very often. Yeah, you get cramp in it and go, ow, where's that come from?
Have you got cramp? If so, text Anthony Davidson on
0800cramp.com. Yeah.
Steering brightness issues. Text Davidson on.
New set of boots for the car was held. Why was that car held?
Because they want to do something else to it. No, off he goes.
That's a bit of a strange one.
Again, pit lane light.
There's now actually somebody physically standing in front of the red light. You will not join this same safety car.
It's not Vincent Capilere, is it? No, that was something completely different.
Whole different thing.
Well, you might have to explain that.
I shouldn't I?
Because I get the joke.
That was one of the most remarkable little vignettes in Le Mans history. And it was Kamui, wasn't it?
Yep, Kamui was at the wheel.
Leaving the pits. And
which year was it? Was it 2017?
I think it was 17. It was 17. The year when there was the meltdown for most of the LMP1 cars. Figure appears by the door.
So we were in a situation like this where he came to a red light at the end and he
bright
stopped.
Orange clad, giving the thumbs up signal, which Kamui saw as being the clearance to go, despite a red light at the end of the pit lane. Then stopped and had to restart. That was the start of what was the end of that car's
So he
race.
basically, he started on the hybrid, on the electric, as you usually do in that car. But when he stopped again, because he suddenly thought, hang on a minute, can I go or not?
It's a red light.
He then had to restart the car manually and pull away with the clutch and the engine and the ICE actually running, melted the clutch on the pull away.
And what it was Vincent Capilere driving an LMP2 car, who was apparently something of a fan, giving him the thumbs up for a job well done to that point.
No, it wasn't.
Tell me.
His car was about to come into the pits to do a pit stop. That's why he was suited and booted, helmet on as well.
Yes.
So Kamui should have thought, hang on a minute, he's got a helmet on. This is a racing driver in an orange suit, not a marshal. And yeah, hands, device, everything. And he was not giving him the thumbs up. He was giving him the
Get out of the way.
Get the hell out of the way because my car's coming in.
Oh dear.
And Kamui interpreted that as a thumbs up, you're good to go. And then when questioned, that driver said, no, I'm a fan and I was giving him the thumbs up. No, if I studied it afterwards, his car came in afterwards and he got in that car and then drove off and joined the safety car.
Blaming the boss, former factory driver for Toyota, Anthony Davidson.
Yeah, well, but I recall the incident. I remember seeing the footage of the incident.
Yeah.
I can
But
see
I didn't
how,
know that aspect of it.
I can see how Kamui fell for it. 'Cause
Absolutely, completely.
It was
It was
corner of his
dark.
eye,
It was
looked like
dark.
a marshal. Dark as well.
And wet.
And everybody in the pit lane also wears a helmet, not necessarily a full face helmet, as beautifully evidenced by the inelegant way that Radio Le Mans' Nick Damon was perching a helmet somewhere near his head just then.
He wore it so well.
There you go.
The footage is still out there. You can find it. And if you watch closely, he definitely doesn't give he does have his thumb up, but it's a get a move on, not not an upright thumb. It's a horizontal thumb.
Sling your hook, son.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So the other text message service about Davidson, thumbs and how to use them.
Thumb signals of the world. That's a fairly short one. There's the Sling Your Hook Son, as beloved in British B movies, and the one under the chin that the Italians do that we probably ought not to explore too much. Alex Malikin.
Or maybe he was hitchhiking. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, it could be.
It was a nice car back then.
Alex Malikin in the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Manthey 1-2 with the Porsches.
Dominant 1-2 at that.
Yeah. They've held that 1-2 position for several hours unchallenged behind the safety car.
Someone's configuring their Panamera look.
We really, that colour with that interior? Are you taking advice from Ben Keating on that? The configurator aside, we have seen again another couple of cars with brake changes. The 95 United Autosports McLaren had a brake change at its last stop. So they have now done a brake change and should be good to go, because that was at about 12 hours of the race remaining. 9 hours 38 of the race remaining. We were behind safety car when we got to halfway, myself and my learned colleague David Addison, and we remain behind safety car 2.5 hours later, and the rain still due to increase in severity sort of in the imminent future. Not seeing any pictures of the weather forecast radar maps at the moment. I don't actually have that particular app either, but doesn't look, Anthony, like it's getting any drier on track.
No, it doesn't. And running around at this speed as well, it's the cars aren't shifting the water. But a lot of the circuit doesn't actually look too bad, at least from where we're sitting, and from what you can see in this lack of light. But
I can tell you the way the rain's been falling, other than obviously downwards. Replay here aboard the number 8, and that's car going straight on. That is a Ferrari. I think that may be the 55.
Is that being on the radio and really not paying attention very much? No, it's
86.
GR.
They've survived that. The way it's been running the last couple of hours is no rain, all the rain.
Yep.
No rain, all the rain.
Yep.
I don't think he went to sleep like that.
No.
I pretty certainly did as well.
No matter what it takes, do not fall asleep in the pit lane, because your colleagues will be merciless.
I can remember some years ago at the Britcar 24 Hours of all things, the club level event that used to be held at Silverstone, a group of 4 young photographers falling asleep at the desk by the front window, and 2 of the Silverstone race instructors, Steve Warburton and Rob Barth, came in and undid all of their tabards at the side and all of their shoelaces, and then tied them all together.
in a row. Beautiful. In series or in series or in parallel?
Oh, in a wide variety of ways. And it kept everybody else in the press room just gives us that pep to get through to morning, just waiting for the first one of them to, and with beautiful synergy, 3 of them woke up together.
Well, you would, because you're tied to 2 of the others. First one that moved just stimulates everybody else into moving as well.
Yeah, it is one of those beautiful little practical jokes that just has to be seen to be believed. In similar vein, one of my favourite ones, I think it was Kota some years ago, and one of our fabulous racing families, the Passes, who are here, Martin, Teresa, if you're in the press room, good morning. Dizzy, their daughter, will complete that one in a moment.
Nine and a half hours of the race remain. 6:25 Central European summertime. We're 14 hours and 25 minutes into the 24 hours of Le Mans, and we remain behind safety car. Safety car came out over 2 hours ago because of extremely poor visibility on a very, very sodden track. Now the light level is raising, but there is more heavy rain due shortly. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson watching as the sun starts to climb in the sky somewhere, but not visible to us behind all the rain clouds. And Anthony, we heard an hour ago or so from Brendan Hartley in the Toyota that he was desperate to get out of the car because he was struggling so much with cramp, trying to stay off the throttle and off the brakes, and really the teams have been merciless. Nobody is pitting yet unless they are desperate for fuel. Just seen the Proton 99 Porsche and the 50 Ferrari stopping, but other than that, everybody is just staying out behind the safety cars.
Yeah, you've got to stick to the plan as much as possible. The engineers obviously can see exactly how far the car can go at these speeds, and you want to try to optimize that. You want to eke out the fuel as much as you can. They're giving the drivers the strict instructions on exactly what to do to be as economical as possible. And yeah, coming in early and getting the whole driver lineup as well out of sync as well. You've just got to, as best you can, survive this uncomfortable phase that drivers like Hartley are going through. But yeah, obviously easier said than done.
Safety car came out at just before 3:45 a.m. It is now 6:27, and probably before we go green, that will make it at least a 3-hour safety car period, the second such in the race. So it has been definitely seriously interrupted by some poor weather. Now, weather forecast was earlier in the week was for not so much rain, and of course this is all so regional. It doesn't have to be raining in Le Mans for it to be a problem. It only has to be raining on the outskirts of Le Mans where we are for it to be a problem, and there are probably a lot of other parts of the region where it is fairly dry, but there are waves of rain coming through, and more heavy rain is due.
So Yi Yifei that we're running on board with here, he's done 23 laps in this stint so far as he peels off into the bits, but the winner of most economical driver at the moment goes to Oliver Rasmussen in car 38, Team Hertz Jota. 25 laps he's done and still going.
Yeah, just enjoying using the throttle for a moment there, wasn't he? Actually passing the safety car because they're going slower than you would normally come into the pit lane. Not slower than pit lane speed limit. They're probably doing about 100 kilometers an hour. Into the pit lane comes the long-time race leader, Yi Yifei, in the 83 Ferrari. And a driver change, probably not before time for our Chinese driver. He will have been sitting in that car a long, long time, and sitting behind the safety car can't be anything other than extremely boring. Robert Kubica takes over. FIA, Robert Kubica, Robert Schwartzman have probably led more laps than any, or had led more laps than anybody else until the safety car period, when the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry has been the race leader, uninterrupted by even a pit stop for 2 hours.
Look how poor old Robert Kubica has to do everything with his left hand, by the way, in the pit stop. So his right hand's just constantly on the steering wheel. As we know, he suffered that horrific rally crash, and where his right arm was severed, and yeah, just awful scenes that day. A long, long road to recovery. So it's great to see Robert back in top flight motorsport. And yeah, like you say, Martin, they were leading this race for quite a long time. But yeah, not currently at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, that came because, of course, of actions of Robert Kubica. It was the move on Dries van Tor that ended the race for the 15 car.
Subtle swerve that he did was enough.
And there was a bit of a rather, how can you put this, incriminating piece of radio afterwards that indicated that perhaps emotion had formed a part of that. Put the 15 car out the race, 30-second stop and hold, and they've not been close to leading the race since that point.
Road rage is not big and it's not clever.
No, indeed. Also on pit lane at the same time, you're talking about that 25-lap stint for Oliver Rasmussen. That is the 38 car, which was indeed Rasmussen's car. So those two cars in together. And now we'll wait for the next safety car train.
Did we see if there was a driver change at Jota? It hasn't been notified because they haven't crossed the next timing beating.
My guess would be that there was, because they were on the pit lane for pretty much the same time.
And also, Louise Beckett thinks that Jenson Button was ready to get in. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they do get in, but the drivers have been in for so darn long behind this safety car that, I mean, they must literally be begging to be taken out of the car.
Yiffy, you just said it's been a long night. Is that the case?
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't expect to see the sunrise in the car when I jumped in, but yeah, it's been crazy.
Now, we've got to talk about the fact that where did you spend your 24th birthday this year?
On the circuit of 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's such a special day. I mean, everything was going quite well last night until this morning, but now we are fighting back. We try to come back, but yeah, the team spirit is there, and yeah, I'm just gonna enjoy this special day. You know, it's not every year that you have your birthday in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, so it's great.
And challenging conditions as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the night is almost, let's say, you're almost blind, especially if you follow another car in the night with the spray. You're just driving on your instinct. So. Yeah, in a way, I was happy that the race got interrupted by a safety car because it was getting really treacherous. But then I didn't want to be driving 60 kph for 3 hours. But I mean, I hope the race will resume soon so I can play some catch-up game.
All right. Well, happy birthday. Go and enjoy it. Get some rest, and we'll speak to you later. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, it has been a great opportunity for a number of bronze drivers to use up a lot of their remaining driving time. But for the pros in these cars, it's just sitting on your thumbs. It's absolutely a total and utter waste of their time and abilities because nobody can do anything. All you can do is plod around at a speed that, with a decent amount of training and a following wind, probably even I could manage. And that's not a reflection of how good these cars are and how good these drivers are and how good a race we had until the rain came along.
The weather forecast, by the way, on the timing screens for us is that the rain will end at around 7:15. You talk there about the driver time? Is that time been gradually eking its way
yeah,
out?
you weren't here before when it said that it was going to stop
6.
at 6 o'clock. Then it went to 7, now it's 7:15. So the increments are getting smaller at least.
You mentioned the driving time, and that's something we should explain. So in every endurance race, there are rules and regulations about how much drive time various drivers and various cars have to do. Here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, it's pretty simple. Any bronze or silver driver must do 6 hours in the car. And no driver can do more than 4 hours in any 6 hour period. So
now then, we're getting close to that being possibly an issue. We were listening to one of the Porsche engineers. Who was he telling that the rain is due to finish at yada yada, and you will have to get out after 4 hours 15 or something, or at something 15, which would have been presumably the end of his 4 hours in any 6 hours driving maximum.
Yeah.
But as the potential finish of the rain moves away from us, so the potential finish of the safety car period moves away from us. And they were basically saying on the radio, suck it up, Buttercup, you're going to have to stay in the car forever until you run out of drive time. But we're good, you won't run out of drive time. But now that extra 15 minutes potentially of rain, or potentially more, is actually going to push him further and further towards the situation where maybe one, maybe more than one driver, let's say if you were at the end of a double stint and it started to rain 2 hours ago, you're starting to get a bit sketchy on being able to spend much longer in the car. Not physically, but legally. And so we may see some interesting stops. Now, Brendan Hartley's just stopped in number 8 Toyota. So for the first time since the safety cars came out, the Toyota has surrendered the lead to the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Est. So Toyota still second and third, and presumably, Anne Davidson, if the Toyotas have had to stop, then the Porsches, which are on a very similar fuel pattern, are likely to have to stop fairly soon.
Well, Kevin Esther's done 17 laps only on this stint so far.
Okay, so he might have another 8 laps potentially or so.
But so had Brendan's done 8 laps as well, 17 laps as well. So some of them really, there's quite a big discrepancy between, and separation between how far drivers are able to eke out the fuel here.
But maybe it is a drive time issue, total drive time. Interesting on the side, the 88 car, I hadn't noticed before, a little memorial for American racing legend who passed away just recently. Sebastian Bourdais getting ready to take over his number 3 car, or the number 3 Cadillac, in which he is part of the driver lineup. So again, are we now seeing that teams are... No, it's only 6:30. If the rain's not due to finish till 7:15, this is rather urgent to be preparing for a merge, because, of course, I think Eduardo's unlikely to merge until the rain actually does stop and conditions get a little bit better. Not sure this is really the sort of weather you want to be releasing the entire field into after well over 2 hours of plodding behind a safety car.
It'd be quite a good way to test the circuit, though, wouldn't it? To let them go at their own speed, because they don't have. There's no race to get back to the single safety car. I wonder if Eduardo's toying with that idea, thinking, well, instead of sending, maybe, say, like we often see the medical car or the safety car go out there to assess the conditions in free practice session if it's red flagged before you can send the cars out there again. It's the safest way you can test it, and at that moment you could ask the drivers, is it drivable yet? Is it raceable? Or how slow are you having to go here? How much aquaplaning are you having to put up with? I think that could be, you could use them as the guinea pigs basically to test the circuit out.
Again, in the darkness, we heard drivers talking about aquaplaning being an issue behind the safety car.
It can be. Yeah,
so it was very wet at one stage, and if the rain returns, I mean, that weather map was very interesting actually. It showed that coming over Le Mans shortly will be some fairly light rain, but over the city itself it's going to be absolute stair rods. And you know, were that to just come a little lower and come over us, then you know that all bets would be off for at least another hour, because the track would be absolutely awash. And again, driver change here in the number 2 Cadillac. as Alex Lynn gets in, and fresh, wet tyres. Now, Anthony, I was chatting earlier on when David Addison was in, and we were without your sort of expertise, and he said, well, why would you put fresh, wet tyres on when you've got wet tyres on already? And I said, well, presumably because the depth of the rubber allows them to keep their temperature up a little better than a thinner rubber surface, because it moves the tread blocks around a little bit more. When you're sort of wriggling the car, you can help to generate a tiny bit of heat. And the thicker the rubber, as with walking boots, the less you feel the cold of the track coming through. So we'll hear from John-Eric Verne and get to that.
I know what we can do. We can make a blind test. I can play your song 2 seconds, and I have to guess the name of the song.
Olivier is on the case.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is actually helping me to stay awake, so
Yeah,
thanks for helping me out.
no worries. No worries.
They're going to play Beat the Intro on Team Radio. Give me 2 seconds of a song and I'm going to try and identify the song. That's genius. They'll be getting Ken Bruce in for Sunday morning safety car Popmaster soon.
It's a lot of things I've never heard before, never thought I'd hear. You know, it's like, am I dreaming or something? Did I actually wake up?
You're quietly appalled, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. He's nuts. He's nuts.
Okay, so go
I knew
back.
he was.
Go back to why, yes, why are they continually fitting new wet tyres? Not just because they can, but what's the benefit of having a new wet tyre compared to one that you've plodded around on at 80 Ks or 100 Ks for an hour on?
Obviously no tyre warmer, so it's not like you're putting a tyre on that's warmer and it's going to be a safer tyre to be on. What's this, a replay of? It's the moment where Robert Kubica had the moment with Dries van Toor and wiped out the number 15. Just watching the steering wheel, never turned left into the Ferrari. That was the barrier damage and out of the race.
And he was, the safety car was not because his car was damaged, but to repair the barriers, which was what caused our first hour-long safety car. As you can see there, that's where the green and white bollard came from that was under the number 2 Cadillac. Number 3 Cadillac,
that was
one of them.
That was ages ago.
I know,
wasn't
but that's where they are.
There are lots more bollards around the lap, but I'd be surprised if he picked up that bollard then and still carried that around all the way through to this point in the race. That was hours and hours ago, and this was, I haven't seen this one. This is new to me.
Yeah, this was a 77 Mustang, which spent more time in the pits after being clattered by...
Was that LMP2 car, wasn't it?
It was an LMP2 car, and I'm trying to remember which one it was now, and I can't remember. Colin Brown, this was in the crowd strike by APR car on an outlap. And unfortunately, that's as far as he got. He could not bring the car back with one wheel separated. The problem being that the unladen wheel spins all the power away, and the laden wheel that still has a tyre couldn't drive. And despite the efforts of Stu Cox on the radio to try and figure out a way to jam the brake disc on the empty side so that the wheel couldn't turn, he was unable to progress. Rob Bell saying that he's had that situation before, and keeping his foot on the brake to get the rear caliper to lock the disc allowed him to actually creep a car back to the pit lane at the Nordschleife. So that's a future potential for anybody who finds themselves in that situation.
And you could throw the brake bias all the way to the rear as well.
Give yourself as much brake as possible. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
Because it's just the way the differential works basically on the LMP2 cars, and it sounds like maybe on the LMGT3 car as well.
Yeah.
Obviously rear-wheel drive only, and they don't have that ability like the hypercars do to drive around on the electric as well. So it's one of those things. Maybe you live and learn, but thinking on the spot, the team did their best.
And if they've not had that situation before, they don't learn from that experience. So it's
exactly. So if it was if it was an F1 car and you can the diffs are much more controllable on the fly, and you could do things on the steering wheel to change that. I'm not sure if a hypercar can do the same thing the way that it works these days, but yeah, certainly in F1 it wouldn't be an issue.
Another tyre, little anomaly that you may not be aware of. At one stage, we saw one of the hypercars with front tyres only. So that was one of the Le Mans hypercars with that front hybrid drive.
Let's go back to your original question before we saw the replays and digressed. So the theory is you put a brand new wet on, and you've got sharper edges to the blocks of rubber. So even at this speed, believe it or not, you'll be losing rubber, the edges from the tyres. The square edges of each block become slightly less square, a bit more rounded off, and in a 3D sense. So you'll lose the ability to shift the amount of water you want, and that's around 50 litres per second that these tyres can shift. It's a lot. There's only so much they can do, though, before they aquaplane. Hence why we're behind a safety car and not going flat chat. So 50 to 60 litres per second that they'll shift. And the squarer the blocks are and the deeper the blocks are, the more chance you've got of surviving these kind of conditions. This was the moment with Valentino Rossi's car with Al-Hati. It's such a, I call it one of those kind of pathetic spins where it doesn't really spin, it slowly goes away from you and think, I can't believe this is happening. And into the barrier went, and out of the race the car went. Punctured radiator. Poor old Hamid Al-Hati could not believe it that had happened to him. A well-accomplished bronze driver is Hamid. We see the number 7 car in the pits here with Nick de Vries at the wheel. They've had a bit of an up and down race, haven't they? And it was a up and down day so far for Nick de Vries.
It has been, hasn't it?
Having that crash in morning warm-up yesterday, which I still think, I mean, it always takes two, doesn't it? That situation where the Lexus LMGT3 car braked randomly coming out of the Porsche curves just as Nick wasn't looking at the track. He was making it did take two. I think with either of the drivers not doing that, obviously they would have avoided the incident, but just one of those unfortunate things. Nick not really paying attention, looking out the peripheral vision just above where he's looking at the steering wheel, and then the guy in front just slamming the brakes on in a corner where he should be accelerating rather than braking. It just
and was penalised for that in the race. Did get a penalty at the start of the race, the Lexus team, for that.
Which I felt at the time, it was, if you were going to pass more blame on anyone, it should be to the driver for no reason slamming the brakes on. But well, that's the driver's not looking exactly where they're going, so it wasn't 100% the Lexus's fault. I don't know which driver. Who was it?
It was Kelvin van der Linde.
And he did get the penalty for it. So
quite a chunky penalty as well.
And van der Linde is he's not a bronze driver.
No, he's not.
Exactly.
So and should have known better.
And quite what the explanation might have been for stamping on the brakes at the end of the Porsche curves and almost coming to a dead halt, I have no clue.
I've been caught out in a similar way before, back in the LMP1 days, where you had that explosive energy coming through on acceleration, pure four-wheel drive from 0 mile an hour upwards. You had such a 1,000 horsepower under your right foot, and incredible traction, of course, being four-wheel drive. And it was on an outlap in Shanghai, and I had an LMP2 car in front of me, which kind of slowed down on the exit of a hairpin just as I was accelerating. I went straight into the back of it. It's just when cars do things that you're not expecting, that's when you're going to have a situation.
Because he's suddenly reversing towards you as you're accelerating effectively. I mean, he's obviously not going backwards, but he's going forwards so much more slowly that the gap just shrinks to nothing in a heartbeat.
You're so well tuned. It's amazing how when you get to this stage in the proceedings, that how finely tuned you are as a driver in all the categories, you've got the rhythm of what everyone's doing. You even spot cars and you go, oh, that one was trouble last time in that corner with that driver at the wheel, and I know what to. You're so in the rhythm and aware of all of these scenarios, how the car's feeling and how the track feels. It's an amazing place to be. Very, very much in the zone. That's what we talk about when we say when an athlete's in the zone. It's just you're doing it on autopilot because you're using so little of your brain at that stage to actually focus on all of the things that most people would be focusing on. It gives you that extra capacity to do other stuff.
Nick de Vries now under investigation for exiting the pit lane.
Well, now I saw him pulling away from the pit lane exit, and the red light was not on, and somebody else was leaving the pit lane.
Yeah.
Again, the rule is that you may not rejoin behind the safety car that you came into the pits from. So you must wait until at least one more safety car comes past. But the pit exit remains open. Let's say you're behind safety car A, you peel into the pits, safety car A goes past the end of the pit lane, and once it's over the Dunlop curve, the pit exit light goes back to green until the next safety car approaches. So Nick's come to the end of the pit lane, light's green, gone out. The team should have made sure that he did not go to the end of the pit lane until it was due to go red when the second safety car in the line came along, the one that he had to join behind. So that's an error by the team. He's been sent away.
He's got to the pit exit,
and he's been sent to the pit exit. It's green, he goes.
I guess it's easily rectifiable, isn't it? They're going to join one safety car eventually anyway, so I don't see any harm in them, race director saying to Toyota, bring him in this lap around and wait for the next safety car to overtake you. Then you're back to where you should be.
Well, the previous one that was under investigation was Simon Mann for the same thing, and literally as I speak, popping up on the screens, says no investigation necessary for that one. My guess would be it will be exactly the same for Nick de Vries. One bit of exciting news, but you can't guess what it is.
Weather?
It is weather. It is the intermediate rain, Class 1, and at 7:10. That said 7:15 before.
That's remarkably accurate weather forecasting.
That's remarkably accurate in terms of a prediction. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Whether or not it proves to be remarkably accurate.
Now then, you say it might not matter which safety car Nick de Vries rejoins. That entirely depends on where the race leader or the leader of his class is, because if he was in front of the safety car, which the class leader is in, and rejoined the same safety car queue, he guarantees himself a wave by when he should perhaps have rejoined the safety car behind the class leader. So it does, I mean, apart from the fact that it is a rule, it's a rule for a good reason, and that is the reason. So Toyota, if they did allow him to join the same safety car queue, have made a mistake.
No, they can rectify it just by bringing him in on this lap, sitting at the end of the pit lane, and let the other safety car pass them.
No, you're 100% right.
It's just like if you've overtaken somebody off track, you let them back pass again, and then you won't be investigated.
He is behind the leader in the same safety car train. The only thing that would have been different is he would have been behind other hypercars. He's not overtaken the leader.
No, but he's gained an advantage unfairly over his rival. So you're absolutely right. The remedy is to make him come back into the pit lane and drop a safety car, as he should have done. He'll lose no time on track that he shouldn't have lost anyway.
And they may very well choose to do exactly that.
Now, the real problem then occurs if some of the cars that were behind him then stop, and then we start to get into, okay, right, hang on a minute, oh, no. But if they stop, they should drop back a safety car anyway, so it should be less of an issue. But
so
here
he
comes.
Is the replay of it.
I saw him slowing down, and the pit lane exit light was green. There you go.
There's
Look,
the safety car train.
That's
releasing cars.
That's the end of the train that he left. So he was not allowed to go out at that stage. But because Toyota released him, he went.
Yeah, so he was clearly at the front of that pack when it came in.
Yeah.
So then
no
he's coming to the pit stop.
No blame to Nick de Vries. The team should have made.
Could they have done
sure.
that? Could they have done that quickly?
Yes.
Turned the car around
Well,
by
it's
the
fuel
time.
only, wasn't it?
Fuel only, yeah. So they could have. So if he was at the front of the pack,
exactly,
he comes in, fills up
Actually,
with
it
fuel.
wasn't fuel only.
But he comes into the pit lane.
No, it was a driver change, wasn't it? As we saw him getting in.
But he comes into the pit lane quicker than the safety car.
Because it's so slow out there at the moment.
We saw that on board with Ye Fei. He came into the pit lane. He was going twice the speed of the safety car nearly.
Oh, and he's in the safety car A. I'm looking at the screen now. Safety car A has got the biggest gaggle of cars behind it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Safety car B's got a relatively tiny number.
Yeah. So that's how it happened.
It happened.
Driver sees a green light and you go. That's
Absolutely
what you're
right.
told.
Absolutely right.
You stop at the end of pit lane. If it's red, you do not pass that red light. He's seen a green light and he's followed everyone out.
Also, if it's green, you do not park in the pit exit. You can't park in the fast lane. That's a penalty as well. He was sent, off you go, lights green, go. He was 100% correct. The team were wrong to send him. So they know the rules. They knew where he came from. They knew what they should have done. And it's a fatigue error. It's just a mistake. But it needs rectifying.
They need to
it needs
put him
rectifying
in,
now. Yeah.
Exactly. They need to put him in before any other cars start pitting and all getting out of sync. And
well, even if, let's say, he was behind A, so should be behind B, even if guys in B now pit to muddy the waters, they're not going to rejoin B, they're going to rejoin C, so they're going to drop back anyway, so that status quo will be preserved. But Toyota have to act now, bring him in, just to stop and wait, and then get back into the right queue. Here's the 8. Oh, that's the 7.
So they have done exactly that.
So they have done exactly that.
It's the right thing. That's probably what we could see David Flory, that man there. We could see, and he's so switched on. I think what caught them out is that light just changed as he was trundling up. But you're right. They should have seen that he was effectively going to join the same set. They probably just imagined that he was going to trundle down and the red light would be on, and normal.
But when they release him, behind them, literally behind them on the other side of the pit wall, the same safety car is going by. So they knew it was too soon. They knew it was too soon, but
you
they
could pass
didn't
blame on the system. The light could have easily changed red again.
Good, because there's nobody behind him. There's no. If that light changed to red,
I mean, you blame the team. You can blame the team, but you can blame the system as well.
That's not the rule. The pit lane exit remains green until the next safety car appears. So that's not the rule. You don't just shut it depending on which car's there. You shut it depending on what the rule is.
Either way,
safety car B is about to come through. Problem.
Let's have a listen to what's going on aboard the number 3 Cadillac with Seb Bourdais.
It's raining pretty hard in the car.
It's raining very hard.
Inside the car or where you are?
It's dripping inside the car from the top of the street.
Copy that.
It's a little ridiculous. There's really not that much water on the ground. We could totally race.
As soon as
he wants to race.
Because as soon as he picks up speed, all the water in his car is going to drain out and make the track wetter.
So here goes safety car B.
And there's the green light.
And there goes Nick de Vries.
Yep.
Back in your rightful position. Oh, and he's checking. Just stop there, just checking if, is this really the right safety car to be in now, guys? Yes, you're good to go.
Doesn't look drier from this camera shot.
Well, according to our timing screens, in just under 12 minutes, the clouds will part. The sun will start to warm us gently.
There's no promise of sun.
No, there's not that.
Or warm.
I think they should test it out. If you've got one driver already saying we should race, then just merge the safety cars now and allow those cars to drive at their own pace, and they can decide.
Well, they can't, and the problem is that is an irreversible step. Once you merge, then you do the wave round, then you go green. We don't have it's a long safety car, single safety car. that you only go to the merge and pass around when the track is safe and ready to go green. So it wouldn't materially affect anything, because you do the pass around and everything else, and then they're all in one queue, and they're going to be released all in one queue, whether it's a lap later or an hour later. And it's not for track worker safety that we've got the 3 safety cars out. So you're right, they could do that and then be ready to go.
I think Eduardo could do that. It's down to the race director's discretion whether he starts the race or not. Because what if they did merge behind the safety? If there was damage to repair at the side of the track, and you'd done that whole process, then someone else suddenly crashed and damaged the barrier again under one safety car. You're not going to bother splitting them back into 3 safety cars.
No, you will keep them out behind one safety car. No, you're right. So that's true, he could do. Mathieu Jaminet probably wants it to go green quite quickly, because he still hasn't got a working wiper.
By the way, the same, as we predicted, the same note appeared, and it was no investigation necessary for number 7.
Because they have undone the error. Yep. Why? And again, you know, the quicker you react to things like that and try and correct the mistake, as in all things in life, the better it is. Dangerous Dave has wandered in, and he's looking pretty moist as well.
We're about to have a bit of a switcheroo. I think that's you off now.
I've got to go and do highlights if they're ready.
Right, OK.
Or they're not.
And we're going to bring
breakfast otherwise.
We're going to bring in Peter Dunbrek.
All right.
In just a moment or two's time.
In which case, some wise words from Anthony Davidson, as in comes the
number 4 Porsche.
Number 4.
Mathieu Jaminet. Jaminet down pit lane now at that 60 km/h speed limit. So 2 speed limits in these cars. You've got the 80 kph, of course, at a full course yellow or slow zone. And then you have to remember, when you come into the pits, if you are in, as they are, in a safety car situation on that, if you're in a full course yellow, situation where you have 80 kph or a slow zone, you come into the pit, you have to remember to then press the pit lane speed limit button on top of the full course yellow button, because it will slow the car down even further. It's so easy to forget to do that because you feel like you're going slowly anyway, and you incur a speeding penalty in the pit lane.
Good morning, Peter Dunbrek. Thank you for the cup of tea.
My pleasure. Yes, it's good to be back. I'm looking at the screens.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's really changed since I left.
We could have a longer lie-in, really, there. I was going to ask both of you. Both of you drove LMP1 cars in different eras and states of this. Every time I talk to people about hypercar, they say that one of the things about this generation of cars, whether or not there's a difference in performance for LMP1, is the systems are significantly more advanced. Now, I can recall an interview with you in the early days of LMP1 hybrid, where you talked about the level of acuity that was needed to manage those systems. And
it was different. It was different.
It was an eye-opener.
It was different. I wouldn't say they're more sophisticated now, because we were doing things like torque vectoring from front to rear axle, like I mentioned before, from as soon as you press the throttle down. Whereas today, I guess you could argue either way, because today the complexity comes from the fact that the ICE, the internal combustion engine, loses power in these hypercars as the battery starts to feed in its power.
Yeah.
So your constant 670 horsepower is always there. And that's quite an engineering marvel, I think, to be able to achieve that. Whereas the car I drove, the hybrid, it was a bolt-on top of what you had. The hybrid was a hybrid boost on top of.
Yeah.
But you had all sorts of things going on. You had the automated lift and coast, which you could cancel at any time from inside the car. So that's one thing to work on. So we see the Manthey Racing number 92 peel off into the pit lane now as well.
Class leader.
So yeah, I wouldn't say they're more complex today in terms of what a driver does. They have the anti-roll bar that they can adjust in the cars as well today. That's something I didn't have. That's a mechanical system. But yeah, I think they're pretty comparable.
Yeah. The other thing I think people would like to understand here is they do look beasts. The hypercars look beasts. They look a handful. LMP1, obviously the cars that these cars replaced, at times they looked a bit of a handful, but they did look fun. Were they fun to drive, Peter?
They were fun, but thankfully they're a lot more simple. So my last year in P1 was 2012, and I've had very little information on the way. I was basically get in the car, drive it, don't worry about your roll bars, don't worry about any regen, hybrids, nothing, just
get on with it.
Just an engine, fill it with fuel and drive.
It was a benign car, yeah, just very analog, I guess, wasn't it? Which there's a lot to be said for that.
It's fair to say there are a number of drivers that the change didn't suit. So the change to the hybrid rule set and the systems that came with it didn't suit everybody. So 92 car not firing up. Or are they holding the car?
Did it have a penalty for any reason? Because that looked like a...
I think they may have held that car for exactly the same reasons we just said for the Toyota.
And that's why we saw the Ferrari being held as well momentarily, of course, wasn't it? Because they wanted just to double check that you're not going to go through and the green light be on when the safety...
Wait for the light to go red. That's what it is.
That's exactly why they're holding the cars at the pit stops. We've worked it out.
There you go.
Through trial and error.
And Nick de Vries.
And Nick de Vries. I don't know if you saw it, Peter, and for anyone just joining, Nick de Vries joined the same safety car as he joined the back of the cars that all left the pit lane under the green light. Same safety car that he came in on. Safety car A is the longest group of cars by far. That's where he was. Let's hear from Felipe Nasser.
So Felipe, rain is basically going to stop here in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Obviously the wiper still doesn't work, but rain should stop, so it'll just be spray from the cars in front. So our goal is in the daylight to be able to see and continue, and we can pull a tear off each time and re-rain next to the windscreen if needed.
He gives with one hand, takes with the other.
It was good news, bad news, wasn't it? It's the kind of, stuff's going to get better. Obviously, the rain screen wiper doesn't work anymore. Not great.
That is not great. Hopefully for his sake, the solution they put on the screen, as any motorbike rider out there will know, is fairly effective.
Yeah.
And potentially, the quicker he goes, the more the rain will dissipate, and he'll see more, I think, as he goes faster.
And you would hope that the problem will decrease as time goes on here. It's just before 7 minutes past 7 in the morning, as you heard there, the Porsche Penske Motorsports engineer.
So how long has the safety car been out?
This came out at 3:44 this morning.
Okay.
So 3 hours and just over 20 minutes now. Let's have a listen to what's going on for Seb Bourdais. He wanted to go racing. How does he feel now?
There are no rivers, no real standing water. I mean, there's absolutely zero reason why we shouldn't be racing right now.
Copy that. I think it's looking better. There's still, quite a bit of spray, but I think if we did get going, it would be a bit better.
Yeah, well, he's said that before. He's keeping the pressure up. That will be, I'm sure, be relayed by a number of the teams to race control. They want to go racing. If this rain stops, as it's predicted to do imminently, it's still raining heavily at some points.
Catch-22, I guess, for the race director, because, yes, he wants to get the track moving faster. It will, again, the water will be thrown off. It will become a better line for driving on, but if we get a spate of crashes straight away...
Blamed immediately.
Blamed immediately, so he can't really win.
That's one of the sadder sights of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's the traditional pulling down the shutters for cars that actually are out of the race.
Let's listen.
Not a good sound.
And not a good look either.
Ferdy Habsburg that was, with the number 35 Alpine.
I didn't actually see the other engine failure.
I think it was in the the pits and they retired it from the pits. They'd had some alarms, I know, on that car. That's Ferdy climbing away from it. He'd have been told there was a fire, I'm sure, which is one of the reasons why he was getting away sharpish. Good to have him back, by the way. Missed a couple of races after a nasty injury in testing. But the Alpines showed the performance, not the reliability.
Yeah, certainly need both when it comes to this race. And so far, it seems like they haven't been able to achieve that reliability.
Honestly, I cannot see it how this can pass. The visibility is so bad, there is a lot of water.
Yeah, copy. We just heard car 50 complain about exactly the same thing, and I think we are not the only ones.
So it's the opposite point of view, I think.
Wow, and I would have thought Kubica would be... I was sure we were going to hear a radio message there from Kubica saying, let's do this.
So listen to what Porsche are saying. Matt Campbell.
But in terms of weather, yeah, this rain will be gone in 5 minutes. And we are looking at 2 or 3 hours of no rain condition. The showers will come back for around noon until the end of the race.
So differing points of view, but more or less the same information being relayed to the teams, gentlemen, that the rain is easing or stopping and will be stopped for, well, what is this, 4 or 5 hours?
I would expect the cars a little bit further down the order to want to go racing. Of course, we heard Seb Bourdais already. What position? He's in position 9. So, of course, he wants to get started because he can't make up any positions unless they get racing.
And he's one of the guys here, knows this circuit like the veritable back of his hand, and will feel he could do well at the moment.
Well, and also in the US, I mean, you've done a lot of racing in the US as well, Peter, that they tend to... They're a little less shy to go racing in the rain. They say Daytona 24 Hours, for example. They just pound round, don't they? And that's what Seb's used to, racing over there.
Yeah, I can understand it, the frustration. I'm not so sure it's going to be too long before we start to see race control taking a serious look at merging this field, and that's the first sign.
I'd like to see them race. I think the conditions are fine now, and now it's light. That's the big difference for me.
That is a huge difference for them.
Just, it's time to get going. They're racing drivers. The tyres can do this. The cars can do this. Everyone's bored. Yeah. Let's go racing.
I think the first few laps may be a little bit painful, first sort of 3 laps until the majority of the spray disappears. But after that, yeah, it's going to be a decent racing condition.
And like I was saying, Peter, before, that you've got the advantage, that luxury right now is we've got to merge the one safety car. That takes a little while anyway. And you've got that perfect test for the drivers to be released to do their wave around when it comes, when they're behind the single safety car. Do their wave around as well, and get the drivers used to those conditions, and then you have a reassessment. It looks absolutely fine to me.
Let's hear what Tota are saying.
Okay, your radar shows that it's stopped raining actually, and we don't see another system behind it at the moment. So things should be going in a good direction from now. But obviously everywhere is wet, as I just said, so be careful.
Well, we can give our point of view from the comfort of the commentary booth. Lou Beckett's on pit lane. Lou, what are you seeing, hearing, feeling?
As Ad was just saying, there's a significant difference from when I first came out onto the pit lane at 6 o'clock this morning to what, an hour, 10 minutes, is it, since then? I don't know. It's lighter, obviously. Compared to what Yiffy Yu was saying about how he was happy it was under safety car, there's no rain falling anymore. It's definitely drying out. As I say that, a massive drip of water has just landed on my head. Yeah, there's a marked difference from 6 a.m.
Thanks very much, Lou. Well,
the only issue is on the Mulsanne Straight, from my experience here, that you get a lot of spray coming off the cars in front, and then visibility can become, at that speed, can become a little bit more difficult. Well, so that would be the main issue. In terms of aquaplaning, no, that's not going to happen anymore. But the visibility could be the thing that's the biggest problem. And you can't test that until you actually see some cars going quickly.
But you did offer that option that just by merging the fields, you'll get the cars back up to some level of speed and give them the opportunity to experience that, and I presume to feed back to their teams and to race control.
Exactly. I think that if I was race director now, that's what I'd be. I'd be keen to know what the drivers thought of the visibility. I think the track's safe enough in terms of the water. You know, the cars aren't going to aquaplane. You can see the trail even at this speed, around 80 kph of the cars leaving the trail there. But at these speeds, you can still see the rain lights flashing in front of Kubica.
Yeah.
When you double this speed, obviously that will the car will kick up much more spray, and then visibility is your biggest enemy.
Of course, you will have the whole field behind one safety car, so when that's released, you'll have all of the cars on the Mulsanne straight at the same time, and that's going to be a little bit messy.
And then you can reassess, and then you sit behind that single safety car for a little bit longer if need be. But I've got a sneaking suspicion that it would be okay.
Let's hear what Robert Kubica's saying. He wasn't keen earlier.
Visibility is so bad, it's incredible. At 110, it's impossible to see anything more than 20 meters.
Yeah, it doesn't look really nice out there from the onboard camera.
On the onboard camera is better than in life. So whatever you see with the eyes is worse.
We have to admit that the driver should know best. They're in the best position, and he's actually quite far forward in that group. Usually it's the drivers that are further back in the field. The rain, the mist hangs in the air. But I'm still surprised from Kubica. I'm still surprised. You got Bourdais saying the absolute opposite.
Yeah.
And Kubica is usually one of those guys that's keen to race in any kind of condition.
How long have they both been in the car, Kubica and Bourdais? Is that part of this? Is there a bit of fatigue and maybe even a little bit of boredom coming into it with Robert? Robert, I think, has not been in the car very long, because we saw Ifeye get out maybe about an hour ago, because obviously Luis's first interview was with Ifeye.
Yeah, he's done 5 laps, Robert Kubica.
Safety cars are increasing the speed to 110. Safety cars are increasing the speed to 110. Obviously, watch out for standing water still.
So that is the first
no more rain for a little while at least.
Opportunity to see that things are potentially about to change. This will be, again, race control getting feedback from all concerned about any differences they see from that increase in speed. Then there's the opportunity to decide whether or not to merge the field, and then they've got the decision to make about when and whether we see pass around rather.
The biggest problem for this type of racing, where you have mixed category racing, is of course at some point you're going to be catching GT cars if you're in a hypercar or an LMP2 car. And hello, somebody.
I think this is our director checking in.
Back into hibernation.
Warm under there.
The only thing is you're catching cars. You're not all driving at the same speed in a straight line. Yeah. If you're in the same, only fighting the same category, you know that you're going to be doing the same speed on the straight. When you're catching GT cars, they suddenly appear out of the mist at around anything up to 20 kilometers an hour difference in speed, and can really surprise you. So, and your nightmare situation is that there's a stopped car on track, of course,
Absolutely
which you haven't seen at all. So that's why drivers are concerned by visibility.
Back to Seb Bourdais, and he's been one of the ones pressing for this race to progress. Let's have a listen to what's going on with the 3 Cadillac.
And for situations like this, we should have thought about the Cadillac feature with a sound system.
It'd be very nice to have heated seats, maybe a cooled cup holder for a nice drink and some nice tunes.
Well, Jean-Eric Vergne's got the tunes.
He's got the tunes. He wants to play Beat the Intro an hour or so ago to, and I quote, help keep me awake. Always encouraging. There's the Heart of Racing 27 car on pit lane. Whilst we're just in this moment, let's go through the classes and where things stand under this long-standing safety car now. Safety car took to the track with weather conditions. The reason behind it at 3:44. We're now at 7:19 in the morning. Race is led by Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota Gazoo racing car from Porsche Penske Motorsports number 6 with Lawrence Vanthoor. Nicholas Nielsen sits third for Ferrari AF Corse with the number 50 car. The number 7 Toyota Gazoo racing car means 2 Toyotas in the top 4. Nick de Vries, rather more recently at the wheel of that car with Robert Kubica, about an hour into his stint, also behind the safety car, the number 83 AF Corse Ferrari. 6th is the first of the Hertz Team Jota cars, Jenson Button at the wheel of that car, Alex Lynn in the first of the Caddies. The number 2 Cadillac Racing entry sits 7th. Then the last one of the Ferraris, the 51, Danzo Antonio Giovinazzi, is 8th. Cadillac Racing's second car, we heard from Seb Bourdais and Justin Teller, his engineer, a moment ago, is 9th. And then the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsport car, the number 5 in the hands of Matt Kemble. That car is in 10th place. In LMP2, AF Corsa's Francois Perrodo leads the race. The 183 car, 20th overall. What's going on with Matteo Caroli?
They are speeding up the safety cars now, so that means we're pretty close to starting to do the pack up, the merge.
Yep, we heard that one a little while ago, but Francois Perrodo leading the LMP2 in the 183 car. Head of last year's winners, the Inter-Europol competition team, and it's Kuba Śmigowski, the one remaining driver from that trio that is at the wheel of that car. Stefan Riquelme third for Vector Sport, who've had a really strong 24 Hours of Le Mans to this point. Peugeot Garg, another team, the 22 United Autosports team, having a strong race as well. They set 4th. Milton Jakobsen just aboard the cool Racing 37. That car led early on. Edex Sports, Richard de Geras in 6th. AO by TF's Alex Quinn in the 14 car, 7th. 8th for D-Car Engineering, that car in the hands of their bronze driver Alexander Matchel at present. 9th, Algar Pro Racing making a comeback from problems earlier in the race. Matthias Kaiser, their silver driver, the winner 25. And the 24 Nielsen Racing car in the hands of Kiffin Simpson, on its way out of the pits now. That completes the top 10. On pit lane right now, the leader in LMGT3, it is the Monza EMA car in the hands of Yasser Shaheen, brought that car in, ahead of Klaus Bachler in the other Monza run car that has led this race, the Pure Racing car, Lithuanian flagged championship leading car, the 92. Ein Dames, Sarah Bovey sits 3rd in the 85 Lamborghini. Then it's the 2 United Autosports McLarens. They're in a strong race at this point. The 59 in the hands of James Cottingham, the 95 in the hands of Hiroshi Hamaguchi, both bronze drivers aboard the car. The 87 Akodisa ASP Lexus is the first of those 2 cars. Jack Hawksworth, the late replacement after the reshuffle following Mike Conway's injury that took him out of the 7 Toyota. Sean Gelael in the surviving Team WRT BMW M4 31 car is 7th. The second Lexus 78 car in the hands of Timo Boguslavski. That car sits 8th. Heart of Racing just out of the pits in the hands of Daniel Mancinelli, first of the Aston Martins, and Vista AF Corsa's surviving car, their sister 54 car, the first retirement after an accident for Thomas Fleur. Simon Mann sits 10th. In the top 10 in all 3 of our classes.
I was having a little think. So if the teams are sensing that we're going to do the merge pretty soon, are they taking stops now that maybe they don't need to take, but they want to benefit from a safety car stop? And because I think everyone senses, right, we're going to do the merge pretty soon, we're going to wave by, and at that point, when all the teams are under one safety car, of course the pit closes, so they can't take a stop then.
I believe I'm right. It's Francois Perrodo looking somewhat jaded after what I'm sure was the concentration behind the safety car levels must be high, really. And
not the most exhilarating stint of his life, stints.
But I think I'm right. Pit lane closes as soon as the merge instruction is given. So your pit lane is open while we've got 3 safety cars on track. As soon as the instruction is given to merge, pit lane closes. So we'll listen to what's going on with the 51 Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi.
Yep, copy.
Okay, Joey, so the point on the standing, we are P8, but everyone will back up behind the leader, so obviously we will be P8 a few seconds behind the leader. So it's a new race that starts, a new race of 8 hours and 30 minutes right now. Let's do our best.
Yeah, motivational stuff there.
Yeah, that's really good motivation for the driver, and a great way to look at it as well. It's an 8.5-hour race now from where they stand in 8th, starting in 8th position. You know, got to overtake 1 car every hour. Simple.
Well, if you are listening in this morning around the world, whether or not it's morning, noon or night where you are, grab a beverage, grab a snack, grab a meal, because there's time while we do get through this merge process to get the field together. Then there'll be a pass by. There's time to prepare yourself what could well be quite an exciting phase of this race, gentlemen. Conditions are still going to be very challenging, but the field is going to be very close together when we finally get this race back going. And by then, I think we'll have been about 4 hours behind the safety car. Peter?
Yeah, that is a lot of time behind the safety car, isn't it? I mean, everyone's a bit jaded now, a bit tired. The only good thing is you've made daylight. And for me, when I was driving in this race, if I made daylight, I felt like I was almost there. So there'll be the lift of that for all of the teams. Right, we've got through the night, we've got through the hardest part, daylight again, 8 and a bit hours to go. It's a new race. Let's push on.
But you drove for Spiker for a number of years, so daylight must have been a fantasy of those.
You're right. Twice I didn't make it. The other time I did.
Okay, Norman. Update on track condition, please.
It's still really, really bad. Yeah, the rain has decreased, but like there's zero visibility and a lot of standing water. Yeah, if I restart, for example, Norway, we're gonna be 50% throttle in the straight line. It's, yeah, at the moment it's not ready to go.
Copy that.
But is it ready for one safety long?
Strategy point of view, I also understand what you explained with the 4 hours, but I also think in this condition, for the driver to do 4 hours is quite a lot.
No, yeah, but it will be 4 hours just on the safety car. If you restart, I won't let you in the car for 4. Don't worry.
So Norman Nato worried about his concentration levels, I think, as well. If you are to be released and start driving at full speed again, then to be driving for the rest of your driver time, you can obviously drive around for, you know, the tyres haven't really gone through much punishment at all at these kind of speeds. So you can drive right up to your full allocation of those 4 hours. What did you say before, Graham? Within 6 hour period, you can drive for 4 hours.
4 in 6 hours, any 6 hours.
And he's thinking, oh, not sure I can do that actually. I've already been out here for a long time, and then I'm going to have to sort of switch myself back on in very, very tough conditions. And then that's his engineer saying, don't worry, I'm not going to leave you out there for the full 4 hours.
But you know, I think anybody that's driven in poor weather would recognise that it is draining. Is that the level of concentration in really poor weather, even in a road car in normal traffic conditions, it is wearing. If you're already tired, and they all are, that's bad enough. This is a significantly greater challenge.
If you check yourself when next time you're driving in wet conditions, real wet conditions, how hard you grip the wheel.
Yep.
You've got to tell yourself to relax and just go with the car a bit more, because you do tend to tense up a bit. And if you tense up like that, you could potentially put the car off.
Let's have a listen to the Lamborghini, number 63.
start thinking of a scenario where we do driver change before we go racing. Because honestly, I'm really falling asleep here.
It's complicated, understood. But we are in front of the leader. We lose a big opportunity if I have to box before them. So let's try to keep alive. It should be quite soon, the restart.
That's a worrying radio message to get, isn't it?
Can you check the data? How long has Kvyat been in the car?
While you're doing that, I can tell you that car 63 and car number 3, that's Seb Bourdais and the driver we just heard from, Danny Kvyat, under investigation for full course yellow speed. But that was a long time ago.
Kvyat's only done 17 laps, so this is the only stint he's done. Before that was his teammate Bortolotti.
So listen to what's going on with the race leader, Ria Hirakawa.
Okay, the radar is still showing nothing, and rain spotters around the circuit are saying no rain falling. So what you're seeing is spray, and then whatever's on the track.
Copy.
You're doing a very good job managing the fuel and the energy, by the way.
Thank you. You too.
Well, we'll say thanks to Ant Davidson, Sterling Service, pulling the bronze stent through the safety car at night. And, welcome back to the booth to Rob Bell, who's had, I think, at least 17 hours sleep, looking fresh as a newly watered daisy.
Well, I don't know what you've been doing in here, lads. When I left, it was a great race and thrilling, and yeah, you've been talking about safety car, I believe.
Well, Ant Davidson, he always brings it down. It's a tough time for race drivers, race teams. How do you keep yourself motivated, sharp? We've seen a couple of silly mistakes made, principally on pit lane in this period of time. You can completely understand that.
Yeah, that is the danger. You know, when you're at full race pace, you're at full capacity, actually you keep sharp. You know, your adrenaline's pumping, you're sharp, you're noticing everything, you're understanding things better. And actually in this scenario now, when you're kind of relaxing, it's very easy just to be a bit clumsy and be looking down or looking at a button and hearing a noise. What's that noise? You know, things creep into your head, and the next thing you do is look up when there's a car stopped in front of you, because, you know, although they're under safety car, they do still have a bit of a concertina effect now and again. So yeah, it's one of those things you've just got to be aware of that fact, really. And now and again, engineers will be speaking to you, and you'll be having a two-way chat, and that's kind of a way to do it. You know, if your team are giving you a bit of a poke now and again, just to check you're all right, then that usually helps. But it's quite a tricky time at the moment, although you are conserving energy, really, because you're not really doing too much in the car. So keep your concentration level up, but physically it's probably quite good for you, because later in the race you'll have that little bit more energy.
Yeah, we have heard, I think, one of the more unusual coping methods a little earlier this morning, and that was Stoffel Vandoorne asking whether or not his team could play Beat the Intro with him down through the radio.
All right, did they?
We've not heard that they have, but they were working on it, they told us.
Right. Well, by the looks of it, they might not have too much longer to work on it, too much more time to work on it, because to me, there's no massive standing water. I heard that a few of the drivers were talking about it.
We've had a mix.
Saying they were ready, or
yeah, we've had a mix. We've had Seb Bourdais saying, yeah, we should go, and then we've had
Kubica not quite the opposite.
And Nato the opposite as well. I wonder what the GT drivers are thinking, because they're in more of an enclosed car and everything. Agree. And I'd imagine they want to get it started as well. They're probably, it's a bit easier driving a GT car in these conditions than it is a hypercar.
Fred Mako, relaxing, I'm sure, checking out some of the data available to him. We are within 10 minutes of 4 hours under this safety car. If you're joining us back this morning, good morning. Welcome back. Not huge changes to tell you in terms of the running order. Tota still lead the motor race, lead Le Mans. Ria Hirakawa, the number 8 car from Porsche and Ferrari. So 3 different makes in the top 3. In the GT, the brand new LMGT3 class, it's a Porsche 1-2, and it has been for most of the night ahead of the first of the United Autosports McLaren. So a good strong run again for McLaren. Also in the mix, both of the Lexus, the surviving Team WRT BMW. We lost the 46 car with an off Dunlop from Ahmed Al-Hati, so no finish for Valentino Rossi. Let's have a listen to the number 8 car.
Okay, Dio, still no update from race control yet. I'll let you know if we have anything. And if you see anything out there in terms of conditions, let us know.
It's had a race with a little bit of everything, really. We have had dramas. We have had this very long safety car. We've had a dog on the track. Never seen that at the 24 Hours of Le Mans before. I believe...
Might have some ducks on the track soon as well.
I think so. Doggy, I'm told, is perfectly fine. Was recovered by a marshal.
Looking at that, it's bad. It's not good conditions. But there's no big standing water.
And of course, the quicker they go, the more it will dissipate. So I think we are in a situation where I think we just need to try it. Do that Passerelle for a start.
Yes.
Get the cars up to a higher speed. Let them drive at their own speed. And I think you'll find within a couple of weeks, laps, that water will have lifted.
The problem with that is, so at the moment you can pit.
Yeah.
So if it rains again and it gets bad, at the moment you can pit. But if the minute you go to the single traffic,
correct, yeah,
and the pits are shut, then that becomes a problem for people running out of fuel, etc. If they extend the safety car longer, I guess.
That's why I think a lap or two ago we saw a lot of cars diving for the pits, in the sense that they could get a free stop or almost free stop under safety car rather than at race speed.
Let's have a listen to the other Lamborghini. We heard from the 63.
So let me put it in perspective for you. You've done the hardest stint of all the race. You're going to get us a lap back, and we're going to have a shot at a top 5. We'll have a shot at a top 5 at Le Mans. So just stay with me for a couple more laps. I promise we'll get you out of the car as soon as we can.
Motivational talking from race engineer for the number 19, Matteo Caroli. Clearly another driver that is feeling very fatigued. How long has the Italian been aboard the number 19 car?
Come on, Rob, get on that machine.
Sorry, chaps, just woken up.
That's okay. This is Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. Saying hello.
19.
A long time.
So, yeah, bring it back a bit. Yeah.
So, yeah, there will be some fatigue coming in here. A wholly different sort of pressure. High concentration. Matteo Caroli, that is Matteo aboard the car. They are tired eyes in that car. And what's not helping him, I don't think, Peter, I think he's got the door open. The door's open on the 19. He's the first car behind the safety car as well. 3-4 hours of flashing lights in your eye line.
I think he might be doing that himself to try and get a bit of air in the car. His eyes do look heavy, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, I think he's been in just over the best part of 3 hours.
Yeah. That is tough.
So he's not had a stop, has he? But he's just been running continuously. So he must be due to stop and need
must
to...
be. But
but they need to get the lap back.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
They've got to stay out as long as they possibly can.
Because if he pitted now, he would fall the lap behind.
Absolutely right. So they're desperate for this to happen before driver fatigue and the fuel situation force them to make a move they don't want to make. But at the moment, we haven't heard anything indicating, other than the fact the safety car has been asked to go at more speed, that they're imminently going to do anything. So the first point of contact in terms of track conditions, make no mistake, from Eduardo Freitas, will be the safety car drivers. They'll be feeding back to him. He'll be asking that question. They'll be feeding back to him.
And I guess, will he be asking the teams what the opinion of their drivers are as well, and then weighing it up?
They'll be telling him through the Discord channels they use in race control. I'm absolutely certain of that. There's what fatigue really looks like at the moment. But the first point of contact is going to be the 3 safety car drivers.
The thing is as well, as soon as he actions this merge, it will take a few laps again for us to actually get started. So we could be 20-30 minutes away from restarting at race speed anyway.
There's a merge to be undertaken. There's then a pass-by to be undertaken of some description. And as we saw with the earlier safety car, that took a while. You know, with the conditions not great. Well, leading the LMP2 class is the AF Corsa car. We saw Francois Perrodo getting out that car, lose with him now.
Well, with LMP2 joining us here at Le Mans, the return of Francois Perrodo in the 183. It's lovely to have you back with us. And how was your evening?
Short, very short and eventful. Well, I'm really lucky. It's my 12th participation, but I don't think I've ever had a Le Mans like that one. Well, first of all, the first ever happened to me. I think it was my first night stint. I almost ran over a dog on the first chicane. That was interesting. Never happened. And then, yeah, just now I was in the car for nearly 2 hours because of safety car procedure. I think the conditions were horrid. So it's part of the game, you know, like being in a Pro-Am category, the slowest driver lets the 2 pros rest a little bit. And I think I'm done with my driving time. So, no, it's all good. So far, so good.
What do you think about the conditions out there now? Because obviously there's the debate when is it going to restart? So how was it?
Well, it's just stopped raining now, but let's say like 15 minutes ago it was pretty horrible in Sector 1 and down the Mulsanne Straight all the way to Mulsanne. And then the rest of the track was getting better. But no, I think half an hour ago was definitely no racing. I think Eduardo's calling the right shot.
Now, okay, you're in the LMP2, but you have quite a lot of involvement in GTs and hypercar even. So just give me an overview of your interpretation of endurance racing right now.
Well, I think we're living a golden era of endurance. It's wonderful. I think we have, was it 23 hypercars at Le Mans, which is amazing. So they've made the right decisions. And yeah, we were just chatting earlier. I just hope that, you know, it doesn't mean that LMP2 will get thrown away of Le Mans, because it's very much part of the ACO ladder. So yeah, no, it's endurance is really good right now at the moment. Hopefully it can last for many more years.
All right, thank you. It's lovely to see you. Speak to you later.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, good stuff to hear from one of the non-professional drivers. Come back to that in a moment, because we do have a significant update. Finally, just as we close in on that 3-hour mark, Safety car A is entering its last lap with 3 safety cars. The merge is coming, gentlemen. There really has been a sharp difference in opinion on this. Let's all listen to Eduardo.
Safety car A, when he passes in front of the start-finish straight, that will start the last lap with the 3 safety cars. When safety car A passes the start-finish straight, that will start the last lap where we will have the 3 safety cars on track.
So the merge is due pretty shortly. The safety car A is in the Porsche curves now, so that lap will start shortly. Different perspective from Francois Perrodo, Peter. And that's an important one. A goodly proportion of the drivers in this race are not professional drivers. And whilst we've got to respect what they're saying, and they're at opposite poles of this, he's making it very clear that he thought an hour ago, I think it was less than an hour ago, it wasn't ready in Sector 1. Let's listen to sleepyhead Matteo Caroli.
Okay, when you get to the start-finish line, that'll be the start of the last lap for the 3 safety cars. They'll start the merge. So just keep focused. You're doing a really good job with the regen deploy. We can deploy a little bit more. Just trying to get heat into the battery.
Well, we don't have favourite teams, not ever, in sports car racing and on broadcast. Apart from Hertz Team Jota, and particularly their fabled caterer, Matt Sankey, who's popped into the booth. We did ask for Croque Monsieur. He's presented us, I think, with breakfast crepe. Banana and Nutella crepe, and the response he's got...
I could live with that.
From Peter Dunbreck and Rob Bell is that they've just taken them all. So, long, hard evening and night, I'm sure, for everybody looking after the teams. So it's again one of the aspects of this, and I'm going to be talking constantly to the boys to prevent them from eating all 3 crepes. The nutrition part of this, the energy management for the drivers and the crews as a part of this, another key part of it. And what I'm going to do is wait for the comedy first bite before I post it. But Rob, fueling up, keeping fueled up.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very, very avid believer. And you get in the car, you do your job, get out the car. Don't be hanging around the garage. Don't be talking to the engineers about what I did in this corner and how you had an oversteer moment and blah blah blah. Just get out the car. Give them the correct information that they need, because what they can do is they can't adjust the car obviously during the race, but you can adjust tyre pressures. So if your car's balance is changing during the race, hotter conditions or as we see, wetter conditions, you can give them certain information to help your teammates. But actually, just get out the car, just get hydrated, get food in, get some sleep.
Okay, Nick, in terms of track condition, any improvement from last lap?
Yeah, slowly, but still 14, like I would say the straight and third 14 are still pretty wet, and then also exit.
Okay, Nick, for the wiper we can see some marks on the windscreen. I would recommend to use it as little as really needed to avoid these marks, and for the next pit stop we're gonna do a tee-off.
Okay.
So that was the other Toyota, that was Nick de Vries we were talking to, not Naria Hirakawa, and interesting there, they seem to be ready for a tear-off. But again, I think what we're going to hear from this point on, gentlemen, is upping the tempo of the information they're feeding back to the teams, and in particular if there's things they think that Eduardo Freitas and his team need to know.
Yeah, I think there's not that many drivers that feel like they want to go and push straight away now. We heard earlier on that Kubica saying that actually what the driver's seeing for once is worse than what the camera is showing, because normally the camera you think, oh no, that's terrible out there, but what the driver sees is better. But I think it's reversed for whatever reason.
Do you not think though that, you know, in our position, if I was in the car now and if I'm leading, I don't want to take any risk. So I would be thinking, well, actually, I'm quite happy in the safety car. Let's drag this out.
But if you're running 7, 8, 9, 10, then you want to get started. You want to get your lap back for a start, because that's what's going to happen with the is it 19 Cairoli?
Yeah.
He's going to get a lap back if they do this merge quickly and he's got enough fuel left. They'll do this merge. He has to stay out of the pits for at least 3-4 laps then. And then so they get the lap back, and then he can take his pit stop after that.
Well, we're told that this is the last lap with 3 safety cars. The safety car C just coming through the Porsche curves now. The merge should be fairly imminent. And we have now gone well past the 4-hour mark. 3:44 this morning, the safety car was scrambled because of weather conditions. At times it has battered it down with rain, but it's been waves of rain coming through that's made it difficult. Short periods of time when no rain has been falling, then heavy showers. So just a constant topping up of the water levels, both in the air, and the 44 and the 34 coming down pit lane now from safety car C.
The it was quite interesting what Francois Perraudot said to Louise in the pit lane, which was he'd basically got all his driver time out the way. And I think that will be the case in a lot of the LMP2 and GT3 cars, where in this period, the AM driver, the traditionally slowest driver, will have been in the car now to get their driver time out the way, so that when it goes green, you've got either, in their case, the Francois Perraudot car, 2 pros in the car to crack on till the end.
2 proper pros in the car.
Absolutely,
So,
yeah.
so
That's
you're
a great
absolutely right.
position.
So what we could see is the tempo of the Pro-Am class races being up very substantially indeed. That's one to watch. We'll take a check when we can on just what the situation is with the driver time. But it's pretty simple this year at the 24 Hours of Le Mans with the minimum driver time required. Any bronze or silver driver in either LMGT3 or in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am must complete 6 hours of running. The only other limitation is that you cannot do more than 4 hours in any 6 hour period, whether or not that's in one block or more than one block. And that has been a challenge behind the safety car, where they've sought to do what they can to burn some of that time, and we've heard some very tired pro drivers aboard those cars as well.
It's a daunting thought, isn't it, when you are told you leave the pits in your car, right? Well, we won't be seeing you again for 4 hours. You just crack on. You think about how long 4 hours is, and you sat in a race car, not being able to eat, drink, or go to the toilet.
Yeah, Matteo Caroli has been in for just over 3 hours now. With 3 hours of not pushing.
Standby to do the merging. We are on standby to do the merging.
There we go. Just look in the background there. There's a young influencer who's going to be in some trouble there on pit lane. Filming that pit stop with iPhone and no helmet. Safety car A now coming through to complete the next lap. So this is going to be the merge lap. We heard that already from Eduardo Freitas. It's here from Ferrari. The number 50 car has got Nick Nielsen aboard. He's running third.
We will be doing the merging.
I basically just follow the cars in front.
So this will be the merging. Then there will be the pass around, and we will not
safety
be
car B
eligible
and C,
to the pass around. We are
move to
not
the side,
eligible.
and we are going to do
So
the
we will
merging.
keep.
Yeah, so safety car B and C have already moved to the side, allowed the train behind them. There you can see that's how that is achieved. Safety car B station is at Arnage. Safety car C is at the first chicane on the Hunaudière. So they are already away from the track, and now we'll see the safety car trains close the gap. Not super rapidly, they'll do that at a sensible pace.
We've done a lot of talking about all the drivers and the safety car and how long they've been in the car, but think about the safety car drivers
Absolutely
as well.
right.
I mean, I don't know whether they have 2 sets, so 6 safety cars, and they do a swap.
I genuinely don't know, is the honest answer. I was going to ask both of you, is that a job that either of you have ever done?
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't. And at what point do they run out of fuel?
Oh, they've already had that. We've already had safety car D-scrambled for each of the safety cars to be refueled. That happened just as I came back to the booth. They were completing that process, and so all 3 of the Porsche safety cars have been relieved and refueled. I'm sure they would have got a banana and Nutella crepe as well.
That is a good crepe.
Was that a good crepe?
Yeah, although I am covered in Nutella now.
Yeah, you should have tried it in just a one mouthful. That was a tactical error. It's a bit like Test Match Special with cake, but Matt Sankey always produces the goods.
If car 82 and car 31 could pick up the pace, that would be great. If car 82 and car 311 could pick up the pace, as well as all the others following, that would be great.
They are the 2 leading cars in the 2 other trains.
And team managers, once the group of cars of safety car C pass by intermediate 1, start thinking on the pass around.
So what that message is
start thinking if you're eligible for the pass around.
That's exactly it. It's down to the team managers, the team personnel, to inform their drivers whether or not they're eligible for this pass around. From this point
car
forward,
22, please pick up the pace. Car 22, please pick up the pace.
So car 8, which is the overall race leader, is behind the safety car A. The way this works is the safety car with the pass around will pick up the first class leader. And I think that it is indeed the overall race leader, the number 8 car. There is at least one hypercar ahead of him, and that I think is Matteo Caroli, and I can see 2 in the safety car train behind him. You can see Caroli, then you can see, in fact, both of the Lamborghinis and one of the Peugeots between. The first 3 cars will all get the pass around. Safety car B's train are now joining the end of safety car A, and in that train, both the other class leaders, the 92 Porsche and the 183 Oreca. So we're going to see quite a number of cars pass around here. That is going to take some time as well, because they'll need to catch this train, and it's a long track.
But did they say, I think they said, we're not going to wait for you to catch the back of the train, it's just 1 lap. So effectively, when you get released here to do your pass around, you're racing.
Yeah. Incident is clear. There was no externally imposed speed limit. The one speed limit there is, of course, is the speed of the lead car that passes around.
Yeah,
because you can't overtake.
Yep, so someone could potentially, if you're a hypercar with clear, you're clear, you could make up ground on, if there's a GT car behind you with a hypercar behind that, you're going to gain 30 seconds a lap.
We heard from both of the Lamborghini race engineers, with 2 very tired drivers at the wheel of those cars, the 19 and the 63, Matteo Caroli, Danny Kvyat.
Team managers, start thinking if your cars are eligible for the pass around. Team managers, start thinking if your cars are eligible for the pass around or not.
And remember, pit lane is closed at this point.
Cars to close the gaps.
So there is a Porsche there as well ahead of the number 8.
But it will be behind the McLaren.
Pass around. Prepare the pass around. Safety car and all the cars not eligible bear left. Cars eligible for the pass around bear right.
Well, you watch, there's a lot of cars on the right there.
Start the pass around. Start the pass around.
You can see the black Toyota at the back of the picture just disappearing out of shot. So this long train of cars is going to go for the pass around, and you're absolutely right. The disadvantage here for the 5 car is that the GT car behind him, ahead of him rather, and will not be permitted to overtake.
But where they are and the pace they're going, I would expect the train to catch, or these cars, these released cars, to catch the back of the train.
Also, you're going to get all of these cars working the tyres harder. You get the Toyota sitting on the front of the with cold tyres.
Absolutely,
so the race
right.
will start and he'll have stone cold tyres.
It must be tough for the Toyota, right? Just see an endless train of cars coming by. Psychologically, after so long.
And that advantage that they worked so hard for just gone.
Yeah. Well, already has the number 6 car right behind him in the train. So when we get to restarting, it will be Ryo Hirakawa with just about 8 hours remaining of this race, under pressure from Lawrence Vanthoor in the number 6 Porsche. Nicholas Nielsen not that far away either, and will only get closer as the other passed around cars clear this train. The 50 Ferrari, so Tota from Porsche from Ferrari, then the second Tota, Nick de Vries at the wheel. Robert Kubica, he wasn't keen on going back racing at this point. Not going to have a lot of choice here. Jenson Button, Alex Lynn, the first of the Cadillacs. It's the top 7. Then the last of the Ferraris, the 51 in 8th. The second Cadillac, Seb Bourdais, and Matt Campbell in that number 5 Porsche. that will now be behind these Lamborghinis tearing around. Matteo Caroli has dropped the Peugeot behind him.
Pass around is concluded. Pass around is concluded.
So safety car A on the run down to Indianapolis now, and you can hear how hard Matteo Caroli is pushing to claim that that advantage, effectively grabbing a lap back. No mistakes here. There has to be risk to actually make up the ground, but limited risk. Sky's clearing at the moment, though, Peter.
From the outside, I mean, you see the rooster tail of spray coming out of the back of that Lamborghini, but from the outside, and when a car's on their own like that, it's really, the track's fine to drive.
Yep. He has pulled out a huge advantage over the 93 Peugeot in this train. At this point, he's effectively racing, but he's racing to close the gap. Let's have a listen to what's going on with the number 50 Ferrari, third in this race.
Is 8 the race leader and 6 P2. We are P3 on track.
Yeah, copy.
Then behind you, you will have De Vries in number 7 for the position.
They're nose to tail. Top four nose to tail, and it is going to be the top four when released. It's going to be a battle for the lead between four different cars.
I'm just thinking when Cairoli, and I think he will join them in time, when he does join them, he's up to speed already. He's going to be pushing, he's going to be all over them as soon as they cross the line.
Cairoli already between the two Mulsanne chicanes, whereas we've got the safety car at the moment coming into the Porsche curves. Don't think he's going to quite make it, Peter, but he's not going to be far behind. But you're right, he's going to be fully lit, and these guys are going to have their hands full, both getting the cars back up to temperature, but also nose to tail. Still a fair number of cars behind the safety car.
We're going to have the top 11 cars on that lead lap.
Oh, that might be better. There we go. 11 cars, yep, the lead lap. Toyota, Porsche, Ferrari, Toyota, the privateer Ferrari, Hertz Team Jotas, Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari, Cadillac, Porsche, Penske Motorsport, and the second Hertz Team Jota car, all on the lead lap of this motor race. Under 8 hours to go. We're 2/3 of the way through the 2024 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we're about to go racing once again. Matteo Caroli herring back towards this this safety car chain. He is at Indianapolis now as the Porsche safety car is about to pull in and release the remainder of this field.
Or is it? Does it? I thought it would go down the pit lane. Does it come right at the end?
It can come to right to the end. He may be giving it as much time as possible, or is he going to go around again? We'll see in moments. The lights are still on. He's going around again. We can have a full chain of cars.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it?
It's more than one lap. So the safety car is staying out. We are going to have the entire remaining field, and that, by the way, is 54 cars remain in this motor race. 2 of those cars are effectively out, so it's 52 cars in the train. It's a whole new race. It's the Le Mans 8 hours.
So the safety car must be one full lap that he goes with that with them catching the safety car.
So of course we should see those lights on that safety car go out at some stage of this lap.
So, Ria Hirakawa, it is, behind the Porsche safety car. Lawrence Vanthoor, Nicholas Nielsen, Nick de Vries, Robert Kubica, Jenson Button and Alex Lynn. So we'll listen into what's going on aboard the Peugeot 93.
Make one more lap before restart. So manage the gap, compromise temperature.
Cairoli has caught that train. 93 is the next car along, but is still some little way back. little doubt that there's a fair number of these cars that are going to catch this train, if not all of them, before the end of this lap.
You could say that Cairoli actually went too quickly then. He really wanted to catch that car at speed.
I don't think he wanted to be caught out by it. I think he wanted to give himself the best possible position. But it's a good way to wake himself up, if nothing else, and assess the conditions at full race speed.
Okay, just for info, Leo, the brake balance is a lot further rearward than the last time you drove the car in the wet. So if you want to start, we could go a bit forward on B-bell, and then as you get used to it, you could go rearward. It's up to you. Last time you were in the car, you drove B-bell position 4, which is more forward than you are now.
Copy. Yeah, so no surprises when you get back up to racing speed. From our commentary position, we can hear the cars coming by at near racing speeds in their quest to catch up this train. It's going to happen. It's going to be one train of cars, and it's going to happen on the Mulsanne. So I think we are about 4 or 5 minutes from going back to full green flag racing here. There they are. That is 1, 2, 3 and 4 in this motor race. Then it's the leader in LMGT3, with the leader in LMP2 just 2 cars behind, if I'm right there. The remaining cars in the top 10, by the way, not so very far behind either. So all sorts of possibilities. Pass around is completed. The safety car train is complete. There is no further rain for the moment. There's plenty of spray, there is plenty of standing water. The challenges are there, gentlemen. What would your approach be, Rob Bell, at this stage?
Well, you've got to push. You know, now this is, you know, basically restart for anyone who's in contention here. So that's it. From now, it's an 8-hour sprint. And you've got to push. You know, it is getting that time where you start taking a few more risks. Although, you know, a lot can happen in 8 hours, so it kind of depends a little bit. Now, the leaders in each class, and looking at car 8 here, you know, they can't win in this situation in some respects. They're there to be shot at. But they've just got to concentrate, get yourself woken up again, and get back on with your job, really. So it's push on, full send.
Car 19, please close the gap. Car 19, please close the gap.
There's Matteo Cairoli. Just running through on the graphics here, the cars that have led this race.
To go at 120.
Nervous time for the crews in the garage. So all 3 Ferraris have led this race. Tota currently lead. The great car.
It's like the start of the race all over again.
It is, very much so. 5 different lead cars so far, the 2024 24 Hours of Le Mans, from 3 different manufacturers. And all 3 of those manufacturers currently fill the top 3 positions. The highest placed car that hasn't led is the Cadillac. That car currently in 7th place. But both factory and Hertz Team Jota Porsches in the mix. Both the factory Totas in the mix. And all 3 Ferraris right there. What headlines are to be written in this great race? Legends are made. Everybody remembers who wins the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's a very proud history indeed. And that's just with the overall. Beyond that, the classes matter too. LMP2, very close indeed. AF Corse for United Autosports in major contention there. And can the rest of the field catch the two Porsches that have dominated the early running this morning into the safety car? And obviously through it, they run 1-2. But it's then McLaren, Lexus, BMW, Aston Martin, the Iron Dames and Lamborghini, and the Ferrari from Vista AF Corse also in the top 10. And of course, those gaps too have come down.
Another 11 cars in GT3 are on the lead lap, so 11 cars effectively in contention.
Next question is who has got to pit and when. We'll get into that when we get these cars back up to speed. The cars coming through Arnage now.
Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
Wakey, wakey,
Cars
world.
that wish to do so may follow the safety car into the pits at the end of this lap, as messaged yesterday on Discord.
So, confirmation from Eduardo Freitas, anybody that does need to pit or wishes to pit can do so on the in-lap for the safety car. Now, really frantic efforts to get heat into the tyres. Michelin, of course, for the hypercar field. Goodyear's for both the LMGT3 and the LMP2 cars. Pit lane is going to be open. Safety car is going to be in this lap. And if the campsites weren't awake at this point, 10 past 8 in the morning, they're shortly going to be, because we had the fireworks at around midnight last night on the infield. The fireworks on track are about to restart. 4.5 hours, all but a few minutes on the safety car. And 7 hours and 50 minutes of racing still available. So one team ready for a pit stop.
Track is green.
DKR.
No overtaking before the line. Cars that wish to pit now may do so.
So give me precious few takers, we think, on this first green flag lap. Keep an eye on that pit stop we expect from the number 33 car from DKR. 8th place at the moment with Alexander Matschul. Tyres were told by Louise Beckett and a driver ready, but for now it's all going to be about what happens at the sharp end of this field, and it's going to be Ryo Hirakawa looking to slingshot away and keep himself out of reach of Laurens Vanthoor and Nicholas Nielsen. And here we go, gentlemen, 7 hours 49 minutes on the dot to go, and we're back to green flag racing. What a relief.
Yeah, it's great to see. So let's get on with it. Let's see what's going to occur in the next few laps. Should be interesting.
So cleanly away, the leading group. And these are our top 4 cars in the race. The 183 Oreca just making its way past the second place LMGT3 car. And soon enough we'll be through and onto the tail of the hypercars. Ben Barnicoat, by the way, leads away the 183 car in LMP2. Here, challenge to the Ferrari from the second Toyota for 3rd place.
That was a bit of a squeaky moment there. I didn't think that was really on. Obviously, it wasn't in the end.
It's a bit of a calling card, wasn't it? A great deal of visibility here. So we'll listen to the 7 car, what's going on there with Nick de Vries.
How do I put the screen?
I think he was saying he can't see anything. Ah, there you go. So that might explain the move. You can see it. He's completely missed it.
That is not pleasant. I've been in cars where the screen's either covered in oil or you just can't see, and it's just horrible feeling.
Yeah, so he's not actually he's not going for an overtake. He's just trying to get some stay at the spray and also try and demist his windscreen.
Still very, very high speeds coming into the second Mulsanne chicane.
Early on the brakes there again, he just doesn't have the visibility.
We're not going to have drive-through penalties, by the way, for Seb Bourdais and for Danny Kvyat for full course yellow speeds at 3:10 this morning.
That's taken a while to come through then.
It's the only opportunity they've had, I guess, because we've got on the safety car. There might well be more to come. Double yellow, by the way, at Marshall Post 12. Who is off there? Matteo Caroli, by the way, has been in and out of the pits. So they've taken the advantage to rejoin the train, or rather to regain that time. He's now come in and taken fuel. Double yellow removed at Marshall Post 12. Seen who that was. Had a bit of a moment. Ryukawa pulling away a little for Lawrence Franteur. Nick Nielsen with a gap there too, back to third, but Nick de Vries, you can't see where he's going. It's not stopping him attacking this Ferrari. This is the battle for third place. Robert Kubica, by the way, 3.7 seconds back in fourth place. Jenson Button is in fifth place. In sixth place, Jenson Button, 5.6 seconds behind, and under attack from Alex Lynn in the seventh place Cadillac. Seb Bourdais in the second caddy. He's got that drive-through penalty to come, but he's looking to try to make progress. He's all over the rear of Antonio Giovinazzi.
So you're to drop back,
Reach. Drop right back.
Been overtaken now as well by
Kubica. Can't see.
I don't know. I think that might be something else. Yeah, that's really bad. You've got to get in the box and just get a tear off. Take a tear off, get him in.
There's risk and there's risk. Are they ready for a car coming down pit lane? Car 59, by the way, is going to get a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision. In comes Nick de Vries.
Guys, I box, okay? Otherwise I crash. I can't focus.
Yeah, box.
Apologies for the language there, but I think the sentiment was pretty clear. Can't see anything. Car 59, by the way, is the United Autosports McLaren. Car 51 is going to get a drive-through penalty as well. That's a significantly placed car. Also on pit lane is Seb Bourdais to take that drive-through. So the third of the three Ferraris currently in seventh place in the hands of Antonio Giovinazzi. That's a full course yellow speed infringement as well. So penalties are going to come thick and fast now as they work through the in-tray for penalties that could not be levied whilst the race was on the safety car. It's going to require some long memories.
So that's a replay now of Nick de Vries and how much you could see, and then you saw him leave the pits a minute ago. The change is quite marked.
Worlds in HD still doesn't look great from that angle. It will be different from the inside for the Dutchman. He's now emerged in the thick of things. What changes have we seen? Well, Ben Barnicoat has made good his escape. Car 78 overtaking on a safety car. The fifth place car in GT3 will have 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. Let's listen to what Nick de Vries is saying now.
Oh, fuck me. I thought I was going to hit the wall.
And make sure windscreen heater is on.
So make sure the windscreen heater is on. Nick de Vries being told. We saw very vividly indeed. He couldn't see anything there. It's going to be 2 penalties for the car 78 of 10 seconds, overtaking on the safety car for a second time. So the 5th place position for Timo Boguslavski is going to take quite the hit.
Car 51 gets a drive-through penalty for full course yellow speed. Car 51, 5-1, drive-through penalty for a full course yellow speed infringement.
So confirmation of that penalty for the 51 car. Antonio Giovinazzi will be losing time against this field with a drive-through penalty. Number of infringements, gentlemen, being inflicted right now. Now we've gone back to green flag racing. There's every chance that some of these guys will have forgotten what they did 4.5 hours ago.
It's strange, isn't it? Because like we've seen in the cars, you've got this massive screen that says, right, full course yellow, get to your speed. And these are professional drivers. I don't know how so many penalties have been given out. Was there a certain circumstance that just they got suckered into it, or what happened?
It's those wee small hours, isn't it? All these penalties that I've seen coming between 3 a.m. in the morning and about 15:15, so coming into the position where the safety car was scrambled, so weather might well have been a factor. Alex Lynn.
Good job, Alex, good job. 2 cars ahead on that pole position, the 311 is informed.
Alex Lynn making good his run here with the penalties for others around him. He's back up to 5th place now. His next target, Robert Kubica. Before that, though, he's got to get by the 311 car, which does pull over, I think, lets him by.
1 lap down that car.
Yep, Felipe Drugovich will have got a message.
Well, actually, one of the few cars that from quite far back didn't get a lap back on during safety car.
Indeed. Alex Lynn is pushing on. Very focused indeed on this programme. Alex Lynn sees the opportunity this offers him as a very talented young driver and is grasping it with both hands and anything else he can muster. This new era, gentlemen, have both been factory drivers for long periods of time. It's a good time to be a professional race driver with these opportunities, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the more professional efforts out there, the better, really. And it's, you know, talking to some of the drivers out there, it is absolutely a good time. You know, myself and Peter probably not counted in this era to a degree, as in we're not here driving. But yeah, I think it's a great time. You know, grids are strong all across the world. From you know, IMSA's looking strong. All the other championships, Asian Le Mans Series is a fantastic place to go in the winter. You know, to almost see it as a golden age. You know, as far as in my time, in my career, this is definitely one of the most buoyant times I've seen. So it's fantastic to see, and it produces great racing, and that's exactly what we want.
Absolutely. Tear off going for the windscreen as Danny Kvyat, a very tired Danny Kvyat, gets out of the number 63 car. So it is still Toyota, Porsche, Ferrari, the second Ferrari, then the first of the Cadillacs has gone by Jenson Button. Jenson Button in 6th place in the Hertz Team Toyota, number 38. Both Lamborghinis still there, 15th and 16th place. It's been an impressive first Le Mans 24 hours for them. In terms of reliability, at the very least, the 2 Peugeots, by the way, now ahead of the 2 Lamborghinis. 13th and 14th for both the Peugeots, so reliability strong with those Peugeots, Peter, if not the pace.
Yeah, we saw a change in the last year. Last year at this time, this car didn't have a rear wing. The Action, one of their joker cars to the FIA, ACO, put a wing on the car to try and raise its pace, but sadly it's not done quite what they wanted it to do.
So more attention required, and they will know that more than anybody else. They won't need me or any other internet experts pointing out the blindingly obvious. There is development work still to do for this Peugeot. So, big mover at the moment since we went back to green is that Cadillac of Alex Lynn. So going to keep an eye on his pace. He's catching Robert Kubica, but it's tenths and not seconds for that move. Ben Barnicoat is now having to fend off a new second place car, because coming up from third to second, Malte Jakobsen. The two very talented professional drivers now in the head of the LMP2 field. It's an LMP2 Pro-Am car that leads, and we heard Rob Bell from the non-pro in that car that he doesn't have to get back in.
Yeah, exactly. So they've played a blinder during all this confusion and safety car, and actually looking massively strong. Two pros in the car till the end, two exceptional pros as well. So yeah, that's going to be really hard to beat.
Brembo competition car on a recovery drive, delays yesterday as in comes the first of the two Peugeots, the 93, in the hands of Jean-Eric Vergne. Also on pit lane, by the way, Antonio Giovinazzi. That will be, I'm sure, for the drive-through penalty that was levied earlier. The 99 car with troubles, a second consecutive race with the door, the driver's door, letting them down and costing them minutes. Just not time. There goes to 51, drive through and rejoin. Not time you can afford in this era. So difficult to claw it back. Reliability in the modern era of endurance racing, absolutely astonishing.
Just shows you that, you know, it's such a small problem, you know, a door latch or whatever it is, and they just can't recover. You know, they have not recovered a lap. They haven't recovered anything. There's no chance of them getting back. You know, they sat down in P18. Amazing to think, you know, 10 years ago that, you know, you'd still be in the contention for a podium if that had happened. Bumped
into Chris Buncombe in the paddock yesterday evening, and Chris, an LMP2 winner here back in the day with a Lola Zytek. Wets going on the 93. We're here with Louise Beckett and could see that from the tread and indeed the colour band on the side of the car. So no one getting anywhere close yet to deciding that slicks are the thing, and you can see why. Still rooster tails from the cars. But Chris, from back in the era where cars could have significant problems and still come out and win that race in LMP2. These days, one trip into the garage and you're done. Ryo Hirakawa trying to soak up the pressure for Laurens Vanthoor. What's he telling his team?
Front tires not working. High speed corner.
Copy, go stiffer on rear anti-roll bar, high-speed corner, and do not use the wiper in any conditions, please. Do not use the wiper. Bravo 712 when you can. KDO good. Gap 2.4, gap 2.4. Gap builds everywhere except Porsche corners. He catches up. 2.5, good job.
I was thinking every time we saw that car, no wiper. I thought, oh, it's because he's on the front of the pack and he doesn't need the wiper, but he's been told not to use it. So I guess they're worried about the De Vries problem, that tear-off scoring and making.
Oh, this is the leader in GT3, and that car is into the garage. Does mean they can get more hands on the car if they've got an issue they're dealing with. Could be just a brake change, but it's an odd time to do it. Car up on the jacks. Don't think so. There's no brake change kit there, is there?
It would be a pretty big own goal if they've been sitting under safety car for the last
wouldn't it?
3 hours not doing brakes, for it to then be needing to change brakes.
Klaus Bachler, it was that brought the car in the garage, as also on pit lane, the second United Autosports cars. Hands of Hiroshi Hamaguchi as the 92 Porsche start to tumble down the order, and that's the problem, of course. A pit stop at this point with the field backed up behind the safety car. Absolute disaster. Hirakawa under pressure for Laurens Vanthoor here. That gap is coming down. So we'll listen to what's going on with the 8.
Okay, you'll begin to catch traffic later this lap. Reminder, do not use your wiper. Do not use the wiper.
At the moment he has the advantage. There's no spray from ahead of him. That's not going to be the case for very much longer. The gap down for about 3 seconds a lap ago to 2.2 at the end of this lap, the prior lap. They are pulling away though from Nick Nielsen.
Yeah, he's going to catch traffic soon though, so it's one thing in clean air, as you say, not using your windscreen wiper, but they have got traffic on the horizon, so you know, there's a point where you have to use it.
Here's the first of the traffic, GT car ahead, and immediately the screen fogging with droplets of water. I hope the speed will clean off some of that. That is now the LMGT3 leading 91 car. Car's a 23-second lead over chasing Sean Gelael in the 31 Team WRT BMW.
Top two have put quite a lot of time on the rest of the field,
They
actually.
have.
They've really shot off. The only one matching them anywhere near is the Alex Lynn caddy.
Yeah, Alex Lynn is catching Robert Kubica. 3.3 seconds now, the gap. Cadillac will sense this opportunity with the field so closely spaced. Kubica, we know, was not comfortable to go back racing. From what we've seen, by the way, since the safety car pulled in, I'd say he was wrong. Very raceable.
Well, it is now. At the time he was asked, obviously he felt that there's still too much spray, but yeah, absolutely no problem with the driving conditions at the minute.
So 1, 2, 3 Baloane GT. It is the Montoya Porsche leads from Team WRT's 31 BMW, then the Akkodis ASP Lexus, but that car will add 20 seconds, 2 separate penalties for safety car infringements at its next regular pit stop. This is a battle, and it's an intra-Porsche battle with Jenson Button trying to fend off Matt Campbell, 38.5 for 6th place overall. 7.5 hours to go. There's moves being made here, Peter Dumbrecht, that are going to play out in this last period of this race into the final third of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the opportunities are here right now.
Yeah, as we've talked about, you've really got to be pushing hard now. If you want to get a podium position from 5th, 6th, you really have to put everything on the line now.
Lead gap, by the way, still pretty steady, 2.2 seconds. There's definitely an opportunity here that Matt Campbell can sniff right with ex-Formula 1 world champion. Matt Campbell, super rapid in these Porsches. Factory Penske car against the privately entered 38 Hertz Team Jota car. The better place of the two.
It's quite a strange dynamic, this. As a factory driver, that Peter and I both know, when you come up against what effectively is a customer, but you've got to get past with, you know, a relative amount of aggression. You know, there's no one ever told you that you can't. But at the end of the day, he still is a, you know, a customer. Customer car, not necessarily Jenson himself, obviously, but, you know, it is a dynamic that, as a factory driver, you are expected not to hit your customers. That definitely doesn't go down well.
Let's hear from Matt Campbell.
So Matt, previous lap, only one car was faster than you, Lawrence. Racing Jota 38 ahead for position.
Yep, so being given the news that at the moment the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars that are better placed are the two quickest cars on the circuit, and that's not quite right because Alex Lynn indeed was quicker than both of them, but I get the sentiment.
You can see how hard Jenson's pushing now. He's running wide. He can feel the pressure from behind.
Deals with the GT Ferrari, and that just holds up Matt Campbell for a moment. Give a little bit of breathing space to the Hertz Team Jota man. Makes the move this time though.
Well, when Matt Campbell called him up, he was 4 seconds a lap quicker, but now he's sat there. It seems to be that it's very tricky to get past because conditions look really sort of greasy to me, really slippery.
Yeah.
And you know, you've got to be very careful. You can't just throw it up the inside because there's a fair chance you'll understeer into the side of the other car. So he's a little bit stuck at the minute. He doesn't seem to have any advantage in a straight line. So this might be a tricky time where Matt Campbell's going to lose time to the people ahead of them.
In GT3, by the way, LMGT3, tricky lap for Sean Gelael to see him lose 2 places. So up into 3rd place now. The best place of the Mustangs. Dennis Olsen in the number 88 car. This time has Matt Campbell got a bit more of a toe.
Showing his nose.
Not quite there.
You daren't just throw it down the inside, as you said, Rob. maybe if that was a Ferrari or something, he might just throw it up there, but he's got to be very careful with another Porsche.
Evenly matched. These cars, by homologation, have to be identical, but he's dragging up to the rear of the 38
This could
cars.
be it. This could be it.
Yeah, he's got to make it now.
Does it reasonably easily eventually. Got a great toe. Should be able to put the hammer down and reinforce that positional change. Matt Campbell then up into 6th place overall. 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars now in the top 6. Joining 2 Ferraris in the, just checking myself there, in the top 9.
This part of the race, we really critical tyre pressures. You know, we could be seeing some cars out there, if the cars who pitted are out on wets, they could have a lower pressure, knowing that they're going to come into the dry racing, dry racetrack soon.
Okay, Leo, good job. Gap to the Porsche 2.2, gap to the Ferrari 15.6. P2 ahead, and then a GT.
Copy, yeah, stay on the steer.
Yeah, this pair have done a good job of gapping that 3rd place Ferrari in the hands of Nick Nielsen. Not easy. Tippy-toeing at pace on a track that has been more than tricky.
Hirakawa complaining of understeer. In these conditions, I'd much rather have a little bit of understeer than a snappy oversteer. That's for sure.
He's got that little bit of a gap, hasn't he? He's driving rapidly, reasonably conservatively. That's changed back, or is that the other pair? I think it's the other pair. That is that's the 12 and the 51. That's Antonio Giovinazzi putting Norman Nato under pressure. This is for 8th place. So both Hertz Team Jota cars in battles for significant positions inside the top 10. With under 7.5 hours to go. Ferrari in clean running on a dry track, pretty much dominated for pace. They've still got pace, but it's nowhere near as dominant as it was in the afternoon yesterday. 311 Cadillac. Felipe Drugovich on pit lane, the least well placed of the 3 caddies. But they've had a much better run this year. Very early problem for that car. That one, I think it was, last year, with front-end damage and a long, long run to bring the car home. It's rather more motivation on tap this year. Traffic here for this battling pair. Nato, Antonio Giovinazzi. Moment, the Jota man able to fend off the Ferrari. Back through Tete Rouge and onto the Mulsanne Straight. This in dry conditions is where the Ferrari did seem to have an advantage. No sign of an immediate closing of that gap. Certainly not within striking range there. Ria Hirakawa, meanwhile, still 2 seconds ahead of Laurens Vanthoor for the lead of the race. There is Vanthoor going by the number 14 Orica.
Lap times have stabilised a little bit, so I think we've got that to that section where it's pretty cold outside. It's a greasy track, waiting on that dry line to come. When that comes, it'll be a case of all of a sudden the lap times will drop and you'll have to get the car onto slick tyres.
Yep. Trying to put space and cars between himself and his tormentor, but that gap is coming out a little now. And they're maintaining the gap to Nick Nielsen, in fact extending it. Robert Kubica closing the gap to the other Ferrari, the 50 and the 83, for third, but both being caught by, and again, charging Alex Lynn in the number 2 Cadillac.
I think if you're sitting in a Ferrari, you really would like a dry track. As you said, they seem to have the pace in the dry, but not quite so good in the wet.
Yep, not got that edge that we saw in the early evening yesterday. Moment looking good for Toyota, looking good for Porsche, not looking bad for Ferrari, and looking a lot better than it has for Cadillac. Top 5 cars within 30 seconds of each other, courtesy of that long safety car period. Now we start to switch our attention to who needs to be down pit lane and when. They're all on pretty broadly similar fuel strategies, energy strategies.
So you see the Porsche pulling to the inside, already looking for wet weather. So it's looking for damp to cool the tyre and to eke out the longevity of it. So we're already at that stage now.
So hearing from Louise Beckett, pit lane is beginning to come alive again. So it won't be very much longer before we start to see multiple significant pit stops. So with what we've seen from the restart here, who's your money on, Peter Dumbreck?
It has sort of switched towards Toyota, because the other thing is we are expecting more rain. So I think it's looking more like a Porsche-Toyota fight. As the 51 runs through the chicane.
Didn't look pleasant. It was quite a big hit, actually, when he sort of took off and landed. Yeah, don't want to be doing that every lap.
And Rob Bell, I'll ask the same question to you, and we'll ask you as well about LMGT3. What do you think for the overall here? Total looking strong?
Yeah, I think they are, actually. I think it will depend on the weather. I think if it dries up, I think Ferrari are just sort of poised to pounce, but as we see that Ferrari actually taking off. But as it stands now, if the weather stays the same or rain comes in, then Toyota and Porsche do look strong. Yeah, GT3, that Richard Leete in that Manthey car, that's a strong car, strong driver, and actually, you know, I think he's won that many. They should stop him winning again, really. we don't want him on the podium again. So, but look, I think that Porsche is looking good. We've got obviously looking at the McLarens. They're still in the hunt for a podium. Not really sure that we're on for a win. So yeah, it could well be a Porsche.
Well, yeah, it's not going to be a Porsche in GT3, I'm afraid, because the 92-year-old racing car still in the garage. From the lead, just after we went back to green flag running, car pushed into the garage, has not emerged. So it is Porsche Lexus, though that car is holding problems by the way of a 20-second penalty to be served next time down pit lane. Aston Martin, then BMW, then the 2 McLarens. Quiet cheer from Rob Bell to my right. The Proton Mustang, the second the Lexus, and the Vista AF Corsa surviving Ferrari. The Iron Dames have dropped where? Oh, sorry, they're in 5th. Sorry, Peter.
To answer your question, I just got a message here. The 92 has gearbox issues. Gears cannot be changed. They are now changing, but they've got some electrical components.
So, I'm afraid their untroubled run is done.
I think we got number 8 Toyota coming in, and looking at the stats in front of me, probably the number 6 will be coming in this lap as well.
I think we've got a group of cars in the lead of this race who are going to be in either this lap or the next, and then it's going to switch again. So the other part of the equation is teamwork on pit lane, and there's some very tired people in that pit lane.
Yeah, and we've said it before, you know, whoever's had a nice, easy, plain sailing week and kept it on the track, it might be about now that comes into its own. You know, we've seen that the Jota 12 car, they were rebuilding cars overnight, etc. That team are going to be pretty fatigued, and it's so much easier to make such a small error, which could cost us. So that might be a factor from about now.
There's a race leader, and Laurens Vanthoor has gone through to complete the lap, so he will take the lead. The number 6 Porsche takes the lead as they go to work on the number 8 Toyota. That tear off will be a massive relief to him. All of a sudden the world goes back into HD.
Tyres probably going to stay on that car then, so he will have hot tyres to leave the pits on.
Also on pit lane, Robert Kubica from 4th place.
This is quite a critical lap. If Laurens Vanthoor can get through this without too much traffic, he could potentially jump the Toyota.
Yep, indeed. Not under pressure from behind, still has 17 seconds or bar a couple of tenths over Nick Nielsen after the pair of them just haired away. Here comes Ryo Hirakawa. Great restart from him from that safety car period.
In fact, that was another, I don't know what it was, a P2 or another hypercar pulling in front
P2, I think,
of the race leader, or what was the race leader, so
it won't help him.
He might lose a little bit of time from that.
Here's Kubica. So the Toyota number 8 on pit lane, the number 83 AF Corse, the 5 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, and the 38 Hertz Team Joe Dakar, Jenson Button, Matt Campbell, both on pit lane from that battle we saw just a little earlier on. Here is Jenson Button's car. Driver's door is open. I think Jenson is still at the wheel though. Dieter Gash, the team manager, at the door of the garage, and that was Matt Campbell getting away rather more rapidly than the Hertz Team Jota team have managed.
And everyone's staying on wets at the moment, which is the correct call, but we're going to be having a conversation soon about what tyres people use, because it is brightening up really, really quickly.
I even sense it in our box. We've really only got one window, but it feels lighter in here, and I think the sun's even out or come through a cloud, so it won't be long till we're back on slicks.
Still quite a lot of spray out there, which is always an indicator, but yeah, I think people in the next round of pit stops might even have to stop a little bit early, so this pit stop might be just survive, keep your tyres cool, look for, as you said before, Peter, if there's any wetter parts of the track, get on that to keep the tyre cooler, and that should make it last that little bit longer, which is going to help the skin.
And a P2 leader on pit lane is on board now with the number 8 car of Ryo Hirakawa, pulling staunch duty this morning after holding the fort behind the safety car for a long time. This is our LMP2 leader. Ben Barnicoat brought that car in, had held the gap to Malte Jakobsen, two very talented young men indeed. Jakobsen goes through for the moment to take the lead, but he will lose a pit stop shortly. Alex Lynn, meanwhile, trying to make impact on Nick Nielsen, currently in 2nd place, but pit stops will be owed. They, of course, at team poised for tyre change on the 183. Go to work now.
So where is the number 6? Probably going to be in the pits this lap, I would have thought.
Yes, I believe so. He came through with 14% of energy left. Maybe one more lap, but it's going to be edgy. So getting to that phase of the race where they'll be counting back, not counting forward now.
Here we go. We need a quick stop, and then the battle should resume with the number 8 car.
Absolutely. So the number 8 car, let's have a look at pit stop time for Ryo Hirakawa, was 1 minute and 10 seconds from pit in to pit out. It's a tear off for the number 6-2, Laurens Vanthoor. He stays aboard the car, wash, brush up, get rid of any debris that might be there, any kind of edge on the aerodynamic package of this Porsche 963. Here comes the number 50 car from 2nd place. Alex Lynn also into pit lane from 3rd. A little bit of a reshuffle with the earlier pit stops. See Alex just putting in to a stop in the background behind the APR 25 Oreca. Still on their long fight back, currently 9th place in what's been a tightly fought LMP2 class but a tightly fought LMP2 class with some attrition. Same job going on at Cadillac Racing. Teams looking at each other's pit stops. That's what it's all going on with the binoculars. First away, Lawrence Vanthoor, by the way, 1:12, still 3 seconds back.
So the loser from that, number 8, they came in, they were pretty close on track. I think he's just gained a couple of seconds, hasn't he? Overall.
He did. Although Vanthoor, we'll see as they clear the second timing beam what the real world gap is going to be here. It's close. It is battle rejoined, as you said it would be, Peter. But Vanthoor unable to make the inroads he would have hoped on his in-lap.
Sometimes just as simple as how many cars did he catch. It's just a...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Background, the... We'll listen to what's going on aboard the 8.
Okay, the gap to Porsche 6 is 2.7, so similar to before the stop. They have stayed on their wet tire as well. You'll have some LMP2 traffic later this lap.
Copy. So you'll be feeling pretty good about that, I thought, at the moment. You're basically where you were before. You've come through that opportunity and risk of the pit stop cycle, and it's battle rejoined. He handled it last time. There's every reason to expect he can do so again. Similar kind of position on tyres, similar kind of position on the gap. Laura Wontrop-Klause from Cadillac Racing, keeping an eye on the data.
It's parts of the track, though, that don't look that wet. It just looks like that horrible greasy phrase where it's neither wet nor dry, really. You're just sort of squirming around no matter what tyres you're on.
And with each lap, you'll see that change, just gradually change a little bit more until the dry line comes. And at that point, you've really got to be thinking about the slick tyres, or even a lap before that, you've got to be thinking about the slick tyres.
Dr. Jakobsen in from the lead. That's the switcheroo back down the order in LMP2. Also in Europol competition for second, in the hands of Vlad Lomko. Stefan Riquelme from Vector Sports currently sits third, but again, there'll be pit stops to be sorted. LMP2 not done, not by any means at all. Neither is LMGT3. Lead trio have been into and off pit lane, and that has put the Iron Dames with Michelle Gatting second place in this class, behind the Montai EMA Porsche, 30 seconds to gap. So we'll listen what's going on aboard the Lamborghini.
1P1 to catch you before the first chicane.
So I think they're talking when they say P1. It's old money, isn't it? It's a hypercar. Is that the lead? There was a Porsche behind her, I thought there.
No, Corvette.
It's a Corvette.
Yeah.
It just
so it must be a lap down, yeah.
So she's got 26 seconds, in fact, behind Ricard Leitz. So Montaime is Ricard Leitz ahead of Michelle Gatting. They'll be looking for a famous result in two regards.
So Hamaguchi is just in the background, car 95. You see it come around the corner in a second. So it's not far behind.
No, and he's a bronze driver against a gold ranked driver. Michelle Gatting is the gold nowadays in the Iron Dames car. And, in search of a first ever Lamborghini finish at Le Mans. Meantime, the 311 Cadillac, a much better run this year. Let's have a listen to Louise Beckett, who's with Filipe Drugovich.
A rookie here at Le Mans this year. You're with the 311 Filip Drugovich. You've had quite a tough run just now.
Yeah, well, the first 2 hours I would say safety car, so it wasn't so tough. It was just very boring. And yeah, I think yeah, it was a shame that we had this weather, even for the fans. I think it's also nice for them just watch the cars go around with the safety car. But after that, we got some racing laps, which were okay. First 2 laps for me in the wet in this car and also in Le Mans, so everything is new for me. But yeah, I'm enjoying it, and I think I did okay. Brought the car home in one piece, and that's very important.
Okay, maybe not tough in terms of racing, but to keep yourself switched on in those conditions must be quite tricky.
Yeah, it's very hard to keep focused, especially because we have 2 hours behind the safety car, freezing inside the car, and yeah, it's not the best experience ever, but it's also very difficult to keep the concentration because it's 4 a.m. in the morning. You're not used to being up at that time, but it's first experience for me, so I think I'm probably enjoying more than everyone else this. So yeah, I'm happy with it.
Glad to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to sports car racing, Felipe Drugovich, and some nods from the boys in the booth here. Graham Goodwin with Peter Dumbrek and Rob Bell. Be joined shortly. Rather, I'll be tagging shortly to David Allison, who'll be with us through breakfast time, at least my breakfast time, if not his. But 5 to 9 in the morning here at Le Mans, with 7 hours and 5 minutes to go in a race that's back to green flag running after a long night under safety car. Let's have a listen to what's going on with Lamborghini.
I cannot see nothing. The windscreen is shit. I cannot use the wiper because it's loose. It's quite dangerous.
I got you. You got 3 more laps. You got 3 laps. Try to follow the beeps the best you can.
Yeah, Andrea Calvarelli not loving life at the moment.
The sun is out in Le Mans.
And that's another problem. Yeah, well, the other thing, the problem here is, if you've got a filthy windscreen, the sun's low, that's a horrible combination. That's an absolutely terrible combination.
And of course, if you use that wiper, you smear it and you make it worse.
Sometimes with the tear-offs, you do get that, when you get that sort of dust and dirt on that tear-off, it sort of clings onto it.
Yeah.
There's almost an argument for just having glass and not bothering with the tear-offs.
Well, so another listening to what's going with 311. Pipo Derani this time.
Everybody's on the same tire plan we are. Everybody is double stinting their rain tires. We should have less laps on our rain tires than what they're going to be.
And a dry line coming.
It is coming. And how much longer before we start to see teams considering whether or not it's time to go to slicks, and then the pace is really going to be turned up. Yeah, absolutely, you can see a dry line through the Ford chicane now.
But this is where, if you're mid-pack and if the race is just run under green and everyone carries on going, you're not going to be on the podium. Is this where you start throwing the dice and going, look, well, we can carry on as we are and gain half a second a lap, etc. But that's not going to win us a race. Is this time for someone to say, right, let's go slicks, let's do it?
Yeah, and who's going to be the ones to cough? Is it going to be a team with multiple bullets in the gun, or is it going to be somebody with plenty to gain? At the moment, it is Toyota. Ryo Hirakawa ahead of Lawrence Vanthoor, as it has been since we went back to green. He's in the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Then the gap, but this time to Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota, ahead of the 50 car of Nicholas Nielsen. He's dropped back behind the number 7 car in this last pit stop cycle. AF Corsa's Robert Kubica 9 seconds behind, has been being caught by Alex Lynn, who's holding that gap at the moment. The first of the Cadillacs, the number 2 car in 6th place. Then it's the second of the factory Porsches, Fred Bakavicki at the wheel of the number 5 car, Norman Nato in the lead of the 2 Hertz Team Jody cars, both of which are in the top 10, sandwiching the final Ferrari, the 51 car, in 9th place. That's your top 10.
Cars now very much searching for that damper track to try and cool the tyres.
Yeah. We watched the Alex Lynn pedals number 2 car Cycling back to the lead in LMP2 is Vector Sport. And again, counting back, looking at where this race might end, there are different strategies in play here in LMP2. Seeing the AF Corsa car cycle from first down to fifth and then all the way back again as the teams behind go through their pit stop cycle. Ricard Leitz and Michel Gattings, that gap is closing and closing fast. So we'll listen again.
Just remember, really go look for the water on the straights. Yeah, drive offline, keep the tires cool.
So people around are getting plenty of feedback. Exactly what you've been talking about, Peter. As this dry line starts to emerge, you've got to stretch the life of this wet weather rubber.
I just say, Rob, who's going to pull the trigger first? I mean, there looks still quite wet. So there will be areas that are wetter than others, but there's a distinct dry line through the Porsche cars now.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if you're a leader, you can't take that risk, can you? Because you've got too much to lose. It's only when you're mid-pack and a little bit out of contention you can throw the dice.
Yep.
So I'm not suggesting the leaders make the wrong call, but you can definitely take that gamble when you're further down the pack. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see who actually does that. But for me, sort of 6th place down, you know, Fred Mako in car 5 there. They've got a Porsche in P2. Why not bring the Mako car 5 in and swap your strategies?
Okay, that's a chance. Which tires? I see the line quite dry for the next lap.
Okay, let's go for 6.
There also some sun in the sky, some sun in the sky.
So the first car to contemplate taking slick tire, car 55. 41st place overall, but what is that?
Still on the lead
place
lap
or so in GT3.
Yep, still on the lead lap in class. So actually, you know, but over a minute and a half behind class leader. So I think that's absolutely what we're talking about. Perfect opportunity. Oh, he just hit the wall. Which one's that? That's one of the Ferraris. He just skimmed the wall there in Porsche curves. That's a 51 car getting away with that.
You can see the movement in the car, the tire moving on the block.
Yeah, I'd like to see that replay again. It was either really close or I'm sure he just skimmed the wall there, the 51 car. So got away with either perfect millimeter perfect or very, very lucky boy.
And that's Antonio Giovinazzi running 9th and giving it absolutely everything in his quest now to get onto terms with Norman Nato ahead of him. And the gap between them as they go across the line, just over a second. The concerned faces within the Ferrari garage, perhaps having seen what you've seen, have been concerned all round. And the road now is a real curate's egg, isn't it? Because there are places where they can push and other places where it's a completely different surface virtually.
We're just hearing there, David, that actually one of the cars, the 55 Ferrari in GT3, is the first one we've heard on the radio contemplating slicks, or certainly saying, look, track's dry, here we go, look, 51 car here, we're just seeing that replay. Oh, I think he touched that wall.
If he didn't, it's about as close as you can get without contact, but
wow.
that's a layer of paint, isn't it? Either off the wall or off the car or both.
That is extremely lucky. I think he's just kissed it. He's just kissed the wall. That is the faintest of kisses. That is Dyson with death there.
And there's no suggestion of damage, is there? I mean, he's not backed out of it. He's still pushing. No. There's no smoke. There's no bodywork pushed against the tyre as far as we can see. Giovinazzi is still on maximum attack.
Yep.
And he's about to have a go at the Porsche, which almost trips over the Ferrari, and he's done it on the inside. Brilliant opportunistic move. Giovinazzi uses the traffic, read that beautifully, and goes through, moves that car up into 8th place. Cracking stuff, that.
And it was another Ferrari, so Ferrari GT3 car obviously under instruction there.
Oh, how dare. How cynical we've become in the early hours of the morning. So really good effort that by Giovinazzi, and having cleared the Porsche, he starts to get away. We understand as well that 311 Cadillac is 2 laps away from a pit stop for slicks. Right, Anthony Davidson, have a look at this. What a move.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can.
You hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear myself. I'm on a different headset. It's very strange. Yeah, that was just opportunistic in the traffic there. Well read, well judged. by the Ferrari. So yeah, found his way through and seems to have the speed as well.
And having gone through, instantly starts to pull clear, doesn't he, as he heads now down into Mulsanne corner. And there they've got to be so careful because the sun is out to trick them. There's a dry line, and yet go a millimetre wide. Here it's still really wet, but you can be in all sorts of strife.
Yeah, absolutely quite an eventful lap there for Giovinazzi, but on full charge, and absolutely great to see these races at maximum speed and full send. So yeah, he's going for it. But what they've got to do is, you know, you're pushing as hard as you can, but actually you've just got to keep your head, stay on the dry line, and he's still got to look after his tyres, David, actually.
Okay, Joe, car 7 is going to try the slick. Car 7 is going to try the slick. Feedback on conditions when you can.
Right, so number 7 heading for the slicks, and the data from that will be relayed to number 8. So Toyota here illustrating teamwork. 7 is in the pit lane from 3rd place and going now on to slick tyres. And if that works, then they'll consider that for number 8. And equally, they want to know from 8 what it's like on the wets, just in case they've made the wrong call, I guess. Yeah, that's a good team call. He's coming in, he's doing that. So they're communicating. That's excellent strategy and shows maturity within the team there. So this will be really interesting to see what lap times the car 7 does when he gets back out there. On cold slicks. Yes.
Yeah, I think Hirakawa's driven a brilliant stint so far in the car number 8. But yeah, car 7. Both Toyotas basically in this condition have really good pace.
And they've just got on with the job, haven't they? I think we've been saying this, Rob, you and I, during the course of the race when we've been together, that they've done exactly what's required. You know, they've made very few errors, very few penalties have been accrued, and the lap times have been decent.
Yeah, they've been quick all week, but they do seem quite comfortable, or the most comfortable in the changing conditions, actually. So this race seems to have suited them quite well. And when we see it go full dry, then it seems to be a slight advantage to the Ferrari and Porsche somewhere in between.
Right, so down the pit lane goes Toyota number 7. It's dropped quite a lot of ground on that, but it'll buy some of those places back as other people make their next pit stop with... now, what have we got? Just under 7 hours of the race to go. The sun shines, if I point over there, over the grandstand there on the outside of turn 1. It is decidedly black. So although I would say the morning ambient temperature is up a bit on what we had yesterday, the sun is trying to do its best to get through, but there's still an awful lot of really leaden sky ready to deposit its contents everywhere.
Yeah, there is no guarantee, although they've gone out on slicks, car 7 there, squirming around, really struggling on the outlap. There's no guarantee, from what I can see, that it's actually going to stay dry, so the weather is not necessarily going to play ball for car 7.
Yes, it's pretty early, you'd have to say, pretty early to go on slicks. And they're going to suffer here. It's going to be mightily difficult to get this these tyres up to temperature. I can't see many dry lines at all, and this is, in my opinion, I think this is too early.
The Cadillac there you saw, having gone through, that's Sebastian Bourdais, having gained a place, and look at the distance he's pulled already. So Bourdais moves up 1 spot. Let's go on board with Nick de Vries and hear his thoughts.
Bravo 3-1. Bravo 3-5. Bravo 3-5. And tyre 2. Tyre 2. Tyre 2.
The expression of Kazuki Nakajima, he knows this car and this team better than anyone, having been with Toyota since 2012, and he's driven in conditions like this. I think that expression said it all.
But if you can manage just to get some heat in that tyre, then turn it on, then we might see the fortunes change, because it's absolutely dry where he is now.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, Rob, that this part of the track where he is it looks a lot better than Sector 1.
But it's so tippy-toey, isn't it, coming out of the chicanes and being back on the power. There's a yellow flag in the background, and let's also just eavesdrop on 83 Ferrari Robert Kubica.
Toyota number 7 just pitted for softs. Toyota number 7 just pitted for soft. Let's see the sector times. I'll keep you informed.
Yeah, I think we should pit as well.
Copy.
Kubica saying they should pit, and Kiffin Simpson off the road in number 24, the Nielsen Racing entry that's already been in the gravel a couple of times in the course of the race. A slide, takes the barrier down, or the hoarding down, hits the Armco, comes back across the road, and was oh so close to being walloped, and he's brought a whole load of rubbish onto the circuit as well.
Yeah, and he's on the slick tyre as well. So that yellow banded Goodyear tyre, that's the slick. They don't have compound options in LMP2, they've only got the slick or the wet.
We saw as well a a yellow flag on the Mulsanne Straight, and that was for the 55 car, which is down the order a little bit, but that was the first one on the radio talking about slicks, so I guess that's on slicks as well.
That's done more damage than just bodywork, surely, as the car snaking around, even in the straight line.
It's crabbing, isn't it?
That's not going to polish out, is it?
And don't forget, that car's had a number of hits in the night anyway. Cannoned off the Mustang, put itself in the gravel, then it went into the gravel again a second time.
That's for position there, watching Hiroshi Hamaguchi go past the Iron Dames car, or if it can make, he's made it stick.
So that's the second in LMGT3. Hiroshi Hamaguchi, the very quick Japanese bronze, goes ahead of Michel Gatting.
Yeah, so Nick de Vries only lost 3 to 4 seconds on that outlap in Sector 2. So Sector 2's got to be one of the best sectors out there. We have yet to see what Sector 3's like time-wise. They're just popping up now, 106. 105 seem to be the pace of the wet tyre runners. I'm just waiting for de Vries to come past.
That part of the circuit you've just seen the GT battle on, it seems to be drying very quickly. This is the loser 55 Ferrari on its slick tyres.
Yeah, and the GTs usually get temperature up quicker than the, especially than the hypercars.
Francois Heriot at the wheel of it, losing it, but no damage, Rob, able to get away from that unscathed.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's done it in sort of a relatively slow area on the track, so yeah, carry on. He might have ironically put a bit of heat in the tyres by doing that.
So it's a 109 in the final sector for Nick de Vries compared to the 106's 105. So it's not a million miles away. So I guess that's why they did it, because you have to try to push to, you don't want to be refilling the car and persevering on a set of wet tyres when you only have to come back in again after one stint and then change back onto to the slicks. You might as well get it all done in one go, but let's see how it unfolds.
There's a yellow flag up the road, I reckon, here, because Marshall's posts 24-25 are just removed. So as far as the leader Hirakawa is concerned, it's going to be a green circuit, so to speak, when he gets there. There's traffic ahead of him. Here, though, it's still quite wet, isn't it?
It does, yeah, so that explains the... well, I think the slick's clearly much faster on the Mulsanne Straight with the chicanes. That's all part of Sector 2, and then Sector 3 is this part here.
And Hirakawa reporting that he's been locking the front brake, so he's had an instruction just to change the mapping on that car. That was the reason for the yellow at Indianapolis. Another of the Oricas from LMP2 going off the road, and really helpfully bringing a whole load of gravel back onto the circuit just to keep people awake. And another one getting in strife there, 33, the DKR engineering car. René Binder, Lawrence Hur, Alexander Matschel.
Yeah, the wet weather tyres, they're not going to be like in this higher speed sector. This is the thing I wanted to see. The Porsche curves, that is a dry line. The wet weather tyres, not going to be like in this bit at all. You can see them kind of sliding around, and that's the blocks of rubber just moving around. So it's not really all about the sliding. The blocks of rubber overheat, they start moving around, and you're driving on like marshmallows wobbling around underneath you. It's an awful feeling, and you know it's not working. But then they'll come into Sector 1, and they're kind of a bit more in their happy place.
And this is the lead battle, Toyota versus Porsche, Rio Hirakawa versus Laurens Vanthoor. The gap, 2.5 seconds as the pair comes across the line. So it's game on for Le Mans victory with 6 hours and 48 minutes to go. And Hirakawa fractionally ahead in that car, number 8 Toyota, powering his way out of turn 3 and heading towards a wetter part of the racetrack.
He's been really, really impressive in this part of the race. Almost a standout driver of the race because he's leading changeable conditions. He's not made any mistakes at all, and massively impressive in this period of the race. Sort of drive of the race so far for me.
Le Mans winner in 2022, and as the car then accelerates once more down towards the Mulsanne Straight, it is number 8 Toyota with this slender advantage, although in the first sector, another 3/10 gain. That gap just to the eye widening in a straight line here. The Toyota seems to be better on this part of the circuit, on this lap at least.
Yeah, that gap hovering, it's been hovering around the 2.5 to 3.5 seconds for pretty much their whole time since we went under green again. So Vanthoor's kind of just shadowing him, isn't he, the whole time with Rio Hirakawa. I'm waiting to see what he can do later on in their stints, and especially when they get onto the slick tyre. That's going to be the next massive test for that pair that lead the way.
Gravel on track at Marshall's post 24. We saw that, didn't we, from the LMP2 car bringing all that gravel onto the road. Robert Kubic's car switches tyres. I think we've had a driver change in that as well. So 83 Ferrari that led for quite a lot of yesterday evening goes back on track. And now the Toyota, again, trying to extend that lead. Through traffic comes Laurent Vanthor behind. He started in 6th, remember, yesterday afternoon. And there he is, still in contention for a win. Although this car's still looking the stronger just at the moment. 2.8 seconds the gap has crept up to on this lap.
To me, it looks like when you'd have the focus in on the car 6, it's at that point where it's really struggling on, you know, moving the blocks too much, and it just looks a little bit more than the Toyota there. So when you focus in on the 6 car, it's at that point where it feels like you're towing a caravan. You know, the rear end of the car isn't doing what you want it to do. Like, don't know where to place the car because you don't know where the car is, whereas the Toyota just looks a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, I mean, I made a quick judgment based on just the first sector, and I haven't seen sector 2 or 3, but no, it was after all just about the right call from Toyota based on the second 2 sector. The sector 1 is very much not quite there for the slicks just yet, but De Vries is on it with the lap times now.
Okay, Leo, box this lap for scrubbed softs. Box this lap for scrubbed softs. You will stay in the car.
So his scrubbed softs will have come from the warm-up session. We saw a few teams scrubbing their softs there. They're literally just 1 or 2 laps at slow speed, so it's practically a brand new tyre. It's just that you take off that release agent from the tyres, which really helps you in this kind of damp condition.
And earlier in the morning, the Porsche did 1 extra lap to a stint over the Toyota, so they're not quite in sync anymore. 51 Ferrari, the next to get up the inside as well. We've got a yellow, the Lexus exit stage left, leaves the door wide open. We've got a Marshall's post 11 with a yellow, and a car has stopped. It's car 81 that has ground to a halt. That's the TF Sport Van Rompuy Andrade Eastwood Corvette that has stopped, and that might trigger a slow zone.
Here's your race leader in the pits, Ryo Hirakawa. And there's the set of scrubbed soft tyres waiting to go on. Only 4 people allowed over that yellow line in a pit stop in the World Endurance Championship, and that includes here at Le Mans, and that's how you do it. Nice pit stop.
And again, because they're slightly out of sequence, number 6 Porsche carries on for 1 more lap and has taken temporarily the lead of the race. It needs a really quick pit stop to bolt out ahead, but there is number 4 off the road, so that is from 17th place. Felipe Nasr, he's gone through the gravel.
And that's some heavy damage on the right-hand side as well of that car. That's been a huge high-speed spin into Indianapolis, it looks like to me. Yes, it is into Indianapolis. So, yeah, that's on the right-hander. And he's really had a hard hit on the right-hand side of that car.
Just kind of skipped over the gravel by the look of it. Here's the replay from on board, Ant.
He turns in. The road is still damp, as we know in that sector, and it's just had a tank slapper moment. And bang, it goes in hard. And I'll be surprised and impressed if he can get that car back to the pits, because that front right has been the thing that's taken the brunt of that force. I want to see what that front right looks like. Clearly the bodywork's damaged. I'll be amazed if that car limps back home from there.
Rough guide to what kind of speed that might have been at? Any thoughts?
You'd be turning in at around 180 miles an hour before you brake. You would have scrubbed off maybe only 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour before impact. That would have hurt.
Yeah. Well, Felipe Nasr then, a lot of damage. 51 Ferrari has pitted, as we were hearing on the radio. There was a driver change due as well. And so we've got this yellow flag zone now around the Indianapolis section of the circuit, and a slow zone is going to be triggered. So we'll see what that slow zone does now to help or hinder those that have pitted and those that are about to pit.
Well, car number 6 is just coming into that part of the track now. And so he's going to get through is Laurent Vanthoor. He's going to get through. The slow zone is, I think it's just appearing now. No, next slow zone at 9:18.
10 seconds.
In 10 seconds, so he's through.
He's through, he's done it.
So where's Ryo Hirakawa? Hirakawa's going to get it.
Yeah, he is, because he's on the ball down.
Hirakawa's going to lose by about, he's going to lose about 30 seconds here.
Right, slow zone is triggered, and that means that the Toyota is going to be, through no fault of its own, dealt a bad hand. Advantage Porsche. It owes us a pit stop, but it'll be a proper racing lap in, whereas a slow zone is going to give a slower lap to the Toyota, and the time lost in the pits for the Porsche will be negated by the time lost for the Toyota under the slow zone.
Hirakawa just exited the Mulsanne corner now, and he's just coming into a slow zone now. He's doing 80 kilometers an hour, while Vanthoor drove flat out through all of that section.
For the slow zone that's being triggered by a Porsche.
There's no way.
I
don't know where you're going there, but
it wasn't a serious suggestion, don't worry.
It's going above the Call of Duty and
induced
even further.
Induced tank slap at 108 mile an hour here.
Yeah. I'll just.
The point was just how things could quirkily turn from one team to another. Number 3 in the meantime, the Cadillac of Scott Dixon on an out lap. Back behind the wheel of that car. That for the moment is the last one on the lead lap in 11th place. In comes Porsche number 6. Perfect.
A massive hand there by the racing gods. Massive. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. It's literally going to be 30, 40 seconds advantage for car number 6 here.
Part of Le Mans is not just the racing on track, but also the hospitality and all the guests and fans that come along to enjoy the entire show and the event. Calvin Parker, you're the operations lead.
So here comes the
tyre
change. Slicks going on.
What an operation it is to bring this unit here and invite your guests.
Lots of rear wheel spin. Obviously, you can't get the front wheel spinning on the LMDH car because it's just rear wheel drive compared to the LMHs that can have the opportunity to run the front motor as well.
All of our folks here. So for 2 weeks, this becomes home away from home for our entire team. Guests, sponsor guests, friends and family of the drivers. They can all the car, and they can go upstairs to get a fresh, get a shower, so this is a safe space for everyone.
Right, so Porsche number 6 back out, and Laurens Vanthoor having had that real bonus given to him by getting through that part of the circuit before a slow zone was instigated. Now works lap, 216, and although he is now heading towards the Mulsanne, not yet at the end of the previous lap is Hirakawa, so the gap is going to be a massive one, bearing in mind that he was behind by, 2 seconds, 2.8 seconds or so. He is going to be potentially about half a lap up the road.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's effectively had a free pit stop there.
Yeah.
So maybe...
And the rest?
Maybe 1.5 minutes that he's going to gain from that slow zone.
Let's try 2:13 as the gap. There is the Corvette that is being retrieved and has triggered the slow zone, but at the next timing point up to proper speed, it's down to 1 minute and 7 seconds. But yeah, that is a massive gain for the lead Porsche, no question about it. And just looking at that, I'm trying to work out whether the liquid across the road is drying water or liquid out of the Corvette. I think it's rain that's drying, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's a hell of a lot of water there, so I'm not sure the Corvette can carry that much in the first place. But yeah. It's a sad sight, that always, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perfectly good car just being pushed behind the barrier, so big shame there.
And Charlie Eastwood at the wheel of it, so that car out of the race seemingly now. So the Corvette of Charlie Eastwood off the track, and that should therefore mean that the slow zone can disappear before too long. 1 passing through it from the lead Porsche, possibly 2 for the Toyota that's now dropped into a rather distant 2nd place. And so we've got number 6, Laurens Vanthoor, in the lead of the race, and he has benefited hugely from being able to get through the incident zone before a slow zone was triggered. The slow zone was caused by this car going off the road, but by the time the slow zone went live, it really hampered the number 8 Toyota that was just on its outlap from the pits. So it was slowed drastically, and the Porsche got through without having to slow, and therefore now has a big lead. And this was Felipe Nasr's accident.
Yeah, massive accident. I mean, that's in a proper slow-mo as well, so he would have really felt that side impact from inside the car. And I think the team down at Penske Porsche knew straight away, the expression say it all, that car is not coming back as it gets craned away. But I mean, for one car's disappointment, a massive advantage for car number 6 that was pressurizing Ryo Hirakawa the whole way along in car number 8, as he, like you say, David, was just hovering behind that 2.5, 2.8 seconds, and now finds himself with a huge margin of, what it says on our timing screens, at least 25 seconds ahead.
And that obviously is changing at each sector point. So where there is the slow zone to factor in, it will be a little bit greater. We understand the reason the Corvette has ground to a halt is just it ground to a halt, just lost power, won't restart. So the car's gone behind the barrier. Meantime, you've got Jean-Carl Vernet in the Isotta still pounding on. That is a fair way down the order, but sort of trying to get it to the end. Through the first of the chicanes, and the slow zone is still active.
Yeah, they've had a steady race, haven't they, Isotta Fraschini, and the reliability's been there. Probably completely cursed it now, but this has been by far their most convincing race as part of the World Endurance Championship, and what a place to do it.
So it's not far off its next pit stop. It stopped 10 laps ago, and it's around about 12, maybe more, with that slow zone to a stint. And through the traffic goes Vernet. He's running in 19th place. The car is 5 laps down on the leaders, but it might gain places before the end if others hit trouble.
Well, just, you know, it sounds a little bit disrespectful to say it like this, but ultimately a team or a project like that, just to finish a 24-hour race to be 5 laps down, yep, they've obviously had 1 or 2 little issues, but just to get a car over the line like in that scenario is a fantastic achievement, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that fact.
And it's an LMH car, it's not an LMDH, so it's not a common platform, say like you got the Penske Porsche, the BMW, Jotas, they can run that common platform of LMDH. That's a bespoke LMH car, so it's got its own front motor, it's built from the ground up, and you know that, so it's in some ways a harder achievement to, as a smaller team like that, to construct, build and run, enter an LMH car. So it was a brave move by them, brave decision. It could have been maybe questionably a slightly easier route if you did take on the IMSA platform, the LMDH, and run it here with that BOP that allows them all to race together. So that's why it's an impressive achievement so far, and why it's such a steep learning curve for them.
Yeah, they're up against it. You know, I don't think, I would assume none of them came here thinking they were going to beat the might of factory Toyotas, Porsches, etc. But what an achievement just to be here and finishing the race. Let's hope they do.
Now look at this, the other side of the slow zone. Hypercar's back onto the path. They've got to thread their way through the traffic. And the other interesting bit in all of this will be to see how many other cars 8 Toyota has to get through even before it can think about reducing the gap to number 6 Porsche, because potentially it's going to be very, very busy in front of it. 83, Robert Schwarzman back at the wheel, and he's going after Antonio Fuoco just up the road ahead there.
Oh, and these guys must be so annoyed that the competitor they were with only a few laps ago is now, well, they've brought it down from 23, 24 seconds to 19 seconds. So they really are using that energy to fuel them on to try and rectify that lucky hand that Vanthoor was dealt there.
What we need now is a bit more rain, isn't it? Because the clouds are still hovering over the circuit. Fuoco to Schwarzman is just over a second, and it might be traffic dependent here because there's a back marker ahead of them, but Schwarzman going very rapidly. Those 2 Ferraris still in the mix. The Works car ahead of the AF Corsa car, and not that far up the road ahead of the pair is De Vries, and he's now got traffic.
It gets really tough, doesn't it, Rob, in these conditions? You know it well. When you've got that dry line, you have to thread your way through the slower cars and put the car on the wet line, just like that.
Just what we saw there, yeah. You're on you've got to put it on the danger zone though, because you know there's a very, very small line that's dry, but to overtake, the car in front doesn't want to be off that. He's not going to move onto the wet line for you. So yeah, you've got to just put it as safely as you can on that wet line. But it's always that case where you do it, you turn in and you just hope that front axle bites.
That was Sean Gallard in the BMW, just glancing off the Ferrari. The gap has come right down, though, look, between Fuoco and Schwartzman. So Robert Schwartzman on this lap, potentially for a move. And if it comes, it's going to be for 4th place. And look, they're not only close to each other, they're getting closer to Nick de Vries. So 3rd, 4th, 5th. Now, and just look at the contact here against the BMW.
Yeah, so this is... you're in a prime seat here. The great spectator's view can see he did have a significant part of his car in front before the Lexus turned in, and I'm sure there would have been blue flags flying as well. That no harm was done. They haven't sustained any damage to the car. It wasn't like he forced another car off track as well, but you have to say in that situation it's very tough for everybody because, like we mentioned before, that single line, that train track that they all want to be on. Now, here's a threat from Fuoco behind Nick de Vries. He's going to have a look here. He's looking to the inside before Mulsanne corner. Once again, has to back out of it because it's a wet line. And also, you've still got the yellow flag there, of course.
But he'd already gapped Schwartzman, who was right up with him at the first chicane. But for the moment, it's all going to be academic because they're into the yellow flag zone. Everybody has to back off. But then we're going to see who's on their toes when they get out of that slow zone. The first one to pull the trigger. Schwartzman wants to jump Fuoco. Fuoco wants to jump de Vries. If Schwartzman's really good, he might get past both of them. It's going to be really interesting, the other side of this slow zone, isn't it?
It really will. And that was just kind of a bit of a warning shot, wasn't it, from Fuoco there? So I could have had you if it wasn't for that yellow flag. Could have done it.
Yellow.
Exactly.
Yeah. But no one wants to get a penalty. So if you're just that too bit eager to get off your full course yellow button, then of course you're going to get a penalty and then it's irrelevant. So it's a bit of discipline needed and just control yourself.
And up the road, de Vries can see the LMP2 traffic. So not only when he comes to the end of the slow zone does he have to go defensive, but he's also got to be mindful of threading his way past those slower cars. So de Vries, for the next minute and a half or so, is going to be very, very busy, and it's going to be of huge importance that he puts the car in exactly the right place at the right time.
Yeah, Nick de Vries' tyres as well. He pitted, don't forget, he pitted before all of these cars behind him. So his tyres are a little bit older than the others, and that will make a bit of a difference. So he's on lap 6 here compared to lap 3 only from the likes of drivers like James Calado and Fuoco, who is right behind him.
Right, here we go. Schwartzman could not be any closer to Fuoco. Fuoco sitting on the shoulder virtually of Nick de Vries.
I'd argue he's too close, though. So Schwartzman, if anything goes wrong with the 2 cars ahead, he's got no time to react. And if you can just sit back, just 1 or 2 car lengths, it doesn't harm you, and you can get a run on it. So in some respects, I'd argue he's been a little bit daft there.
This is a difficult corner, Arnage, because it's less than 80 kilometres an hour. So you can actually find a bit of performance gain if you're brave in the wetter part of the track through there, and here we go. We're
green.
Unleashed once again.
Slower car up the road. De Vries has to get past the traffic. He's got to defend from Fuoco. He's got to get the absolutely perfect line now on the run to the Porsche curves. 3rd, 4th, 5th as one. Toyota, Ferrari. De Vries stays ahead. Fuoco all over him like a rash then as they sweep right into the Porsche curves now. The Toyota has got away best of all and actually extended the margin just by another couple of lengths. Schwartzman has dropped off the back as well, so the gaps in both cases have stretched. 3rd to 4th and 4th to 5th.
You will get that natural separation through the higher speed content. This is about as close as hypercars can follow each other because of the dirty air. Much better than single-seaters where they rely on their wings to generate most of their grip. These things generate it. It's got such a big underfloor that it's more about the ground effects than anything else. That's why you've got such low down rear wings and skinny rear wings. They find their grip in a different way, but still you do need clear air to generate the grip that you'd like, ideally like Nick de Vries has enjoyed through the Porsche curves. But the slower speed corners, particularly on the damp parts of the track, that's where you'll see the gaps close up again.
That slow zone is still in place, so they're going to encounter it on this lap as well, which might serve to bunch them all up again. We'll see. But this was the part of the circuit where Fuoco was really brave last time. But Nick de Vries, for the moment, has just stabilised that gap, such as it was, because when they came over the line, it was 0.6 of a second, that's all. And then it was 0.9 between Fuoco and there, Robert Schwartzman. Again, the road looking damp in places, the sun doing its level best to break through and dry the track, and the drivers having to, on every lap and every corner, assess whether the grip is the same as it was the lap before or whether it's changed.
At least it's going in the right direction. It's getting grippier, and that's I'd take that situation any time over it getting worse and worse. Now, it's actually Robert Schwartzman that's putting the most pressure on now. Fuoco's fallen back a bit from De Vries, and look at the straight line speed of that 83 car compared to the 50. He's having a look, but has to back out of it because look how wet it is on the inside. So Schwartzman doing the right thing there and having to focus now on the exit of this corner. But De Vries has had a bit of a poor run himself through that first chicane. It's really good to see who's finding the grip at different parts of the track. And now it's the gap has closed between all three of them, but Schwartzman isn't quite the aggressor that he once was before the first chicane.
And the Mulsanne Straight at the moment is a fascinating place because with the trees hanging over it means that you've got the track drying at different parts and at different speeds. Past the back markers, they come into the chicane. They got past the Lamborghini, okay. Fuoco closer to the Toyota, nose to tail now on the run down towards Mulsanne corner. But again, that yellow flag is still going to be in situ. So Fuoco is close, as it was a lap ago. If he doesn't make the move soon, he can't do it at all on this lap because the yellow will stop him overtaking.
Exactly, he's not going to do it here. There are the yellow boards. The next slow, as soon as you pass that board, there's no overtaking anyway. It's essentially a double waved yellow, and then you come through that corner and then you get the actual slow zone, and with the double waved yellow and the orange boards on the other side that the drivers will see with a massive 80 sign on it, 80 kph. So the drivers hit the oh, and it's gone green. So I didn't hear the race director there at all, but the zone has been lifted and away we go.
So they just slowed for about a second or two before it was lifted, and then it can accelerate away. So that battle carries on. What have we got further back in terms of other Ferraris of note? Well, you've got here James Calado now up ahead of Fred Makowiecki. So 7th is the Ferrari, 8th is Porsche number 5, 51 is the Ferrari of James Calado, and a little bit further up the road, Earl Bamber running now 6th in Cadillac number 2. Right, so the slow zone has gone, green all the way around again.
And that's why Calado and Makowiecki will just gain a little bit now because they had a completely clear zone when they came into it compared to all of the runners in front of them. They would have gained just ever so slightly, a couple of seconds in favour for them.
Here comes Schwartzman to the inside, look to have a go at Antonio Fuoco, who sticks out his elbows and says, oh, no, you don't. I'm a bit busy trying to get past this Toyota. You sit behind me, Robert. So he has to. And Fuoco then on the attack and on the defence. Life is getting very, very busy in that red Ferrari.
This is great watching this trio fight it out. They all seem to have strengths and weaknesses at different points on the track.
We've got another yellow, and that's why an Aston Martin is upside down. Safety car called at 27. It's the Heart of Racing entry. Daniel Mancinelli is upside down, and therefore safety car number 3 triggered, and the pit lane comes to life because this is where you can win or lose time. Safety car deployed, and the team's ready for the next wave of pit stops.
I'm guessing that was a very similar situation to what we saw with the Porsche and the hypercar before, and but apart from obviously it's rolled over after hitting the barrier. I'm hearing that the driver is okay. Hopefully we'll hear the radio message soon.
Let's just listen then to the radio traffic as the driver gets out of the Aston.
Danny, are you okay? Okay, stay in the car, wait for the marshals to get to you.
Daniel Mancinelli out of the car. That's another drama at the same place we saw the Porsche go off, wasn't it?
Yeah, we see LMGT3s or GT cars in general roll over when they go through gravel traps, and that's why we do see more and more asphalt runoff areas as well, because it stops cars rolling over. So you know, they're a bit more top heavy than a prototype. So they are prone to, I mean, it looks massively dramatic, of course, but they're strong old cars. And so it's obviously, it's hit the barrier and then it's ricocheted over and rolled onto its roof. But it's great to see that the driver's okay. Oh, was there contact? There was it?
No.
Was it contact? Was he forced to go wide?
Just wide and got on the wet bit.
So
no contact. That's a big hit, and then it kind of falls back on itself. Wow, a lot of energy had to be absorbed through that car.
What I kind of expected, how it ended up on its roof, is what I expected from where it hit. But I can't blame him entirely for that. There was no contact, but is this running on board with him? So yes, he's just on the wet stuff. Yeah. He's tried to do the right thing. He's a bit spooked by the hypercars around him, and he's seen one of them have a look. So he's tried to do the right thing by going wide and actually put himself, from being nice, he's put himself onto the wet stuff and out of the race.
Correct.
Potential podium finish gone in an instant there with just a misjudgment. The track conditions.
Just let me know what grade of driver he is, Graham.
He's the silver driver, I think, Daniel Mancinelli, because Ian James is the bronze.
Because what you'd usually see is an aggressive GT driver with a lot of experience would say, oh, no, you don't, and they would defend on the inside before a corner like that, just so you know, when you're in the hypercar behind, okay, not here, you've got it. It's a clear message from the GT driver. There's one line into here, buddy, and I'm not letting you take it. I'm going to live this one through, not you. You're not putting me onto the wet stuff. But he opened it up himself.
Yeah.
It basically being too kind.
And he is one of our 40-plus Le Mans rookies, and that's just that little bit of an experience here, more than anything else. What a horrible way for that story to end.
That wouldn't have happened in pure dry conditions. No. He would have gone around the outside, slowed down, and then
Alex
would have been all right. But that was the problem. He put himself onto the wet stuff.
And it's game over for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. They've got this far, and with just over 6 hours and 20 minutes to go, it's time to pack up.
Well, there is one bit of good news to add on for Heart of Racing. They'll be back next year, and they'll be back next year in hypercar with the Aston Martin Valkyrie. But this is the sad way in which their 2024 24 Hours of Le Mans will be completed. Upside down at Indianapolis. They're never words you want to hear in the same sentence.
So it had Felipe Nasr's off a few laps back, and then the same part of the racetrack. Off goes Daniel Mancinelli. Safety cars scrambled. And when they get to the timing line or get to the end of the lap, we'll start to see whether anybody is going to bail for the pit lane. So it's been a dramatic morning thus far. We might have had a lot of running behind the safety car with not a lot of drama. We're making up for it now.
Yeah, basically any time we've had green flag running, there's been a lot of drama.
Yes. Right, they've got to right this Aston, which isn't going to be the work of a moment. And the mechanics all embrace each other and commiserate after the retirement of the Heart of Racing entry.
And after with just 6 hours, 20 minutes to go, it just breaks your heart, doesn't it?
There's never a good time to retire from the race, is there?
No, and emotions are so high as well when you're sleep deprived. It's yeah, I've seen the toughest of tough bawl their eyes out at this race.
Ian James there as well, driver and team owner, and he will feel that perhaps more than anybody, having of course done his bit behind the wheel. And Daniel Mancinelli, when he gets back, will be perhaps the most mortified of all, knowing that he was behind the wheel of the car, that it was partly his error, and he will be absolutely gutted, to say the least. Right, teams on pit lane then might be busy in a moment once the train of cars approaches. They've righted what's left of the Aston very effectively. From the track CCTV, you see it from another angle, and bang. I thought it was going to be the gravel that tripped it up. It wasn't. It was the impact with the tyres, wasn't it, that bounced it upside down. But either way, massive impact, that. And the best news of all, Daniel Mancinelli is OK. This is the onboard once more, Ant.
Yeah, he started off on the racing line. He was doing the right thing on the racing line, on the dry line. And that's why the Ferrari thought about it and then started backing out, because the Ferrari was on the inside on the wet stuff. And as soon as roles reversed, all the energy goes left. You don't need to be a genius to work out that lip reading.
Says it all, doesn't it? Right, we have the safety car on track then. And there's the replay at full speed. The Aston sideways, around into the tyres and over. And out.
You can hear the team radio.
Missed the gravel entirely. That one line, the one line you could take that misses the gravel entirely.
That was amazing from the onboard. I don't know if you heard it through your headphones, Graham, but you could hear the cry out of no inside the car.
Knew it was coming.
That wasn't even on the radio. That was just
absolutely awful moment for him. Knew seconds before that happened what was going to happen.
Anguish cry, wasn't it, in the car?
And absolutely knew that it was an error on his part, and that's just and again, one of the awful moments, the high emotion at Le Mans. We're into that window now, aren't we?
And it's something that Collado himself, sitting in the number 51 Ferrari, would know exactly how that feels. But Collado would have... I used to race against or be in the same race with him when he was in the GT class, and he's one of those drivers that would definitely have defended to not allow you past at that point. What do you
The two Ferraris have switched positions on pit lanes.
Is the release of 83, and that's just ahead of the works car. So they have indeed, Graham, you're quite right, switched on their pit stop. So it was 50 ahead of 83 when they came in. It's the other way round at pit out, but they've got to wait now until they can be released when the next safety car has come by. So we've had the switch between those two Ferraris, and 83 that led for much of yesterday evening coming back into the mix, and they have pitted because they were able to before the top three, which are Porsche 6 and then the two Toyotas 8 and 7 in order. Right, 83 Ferrari, Robert Schwarzman at the wheel, and his audio coming up.
Do I do the launch whenever I go on engine now, or just take it easy?
No, you just take it easy. You just need to rejoin the queue behind the safety car.
They're basically asking if I'm going to do an aggressive pull away or just pull away very gently to try and save the car, or what's the best way to do this. So it weighs on drivers' minds. We all remember what happened to Kamui Kobayashi that year in 2017, where the clutch burnt out from the wrong procedure on the pull away, and nobody wants to unnecessarily damage their car. If there's no need to exit the pit lane quickly, they've got all the time in the world there to get going. As number 51 car is in, and they're checking the front end. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced there was no actual contact between the two cars in that Indianapolis corner.
James Collado sits tight, waiting for the stop to be completed. Also in from LMP2, third place Stefan Rakelmi in number 10, the Vector Sport car. Ben Barnicoat, the class leader at the moment, and also the leading Pro-Am. And then you've got Malte Jakobsen second and Stefan Rakelmi in third. Vector Sport car with a Nissan Slicks going on, and that is ready to go back out. Last down the pit lane and gets to the end of the queue. Joins that long line that is building of cars that have made a pit stop. And in fact, the pit lane has just opened, so the two Ferraris should have gone by now. And that will put the Vector Sport Oreca at the head of the train. Now, 37, that was ahead of it on the road, has also come in. So we've had a change of pace there. Rakelmi moving ahead of Malte Jakobsen. And also that Porsche, as you can see, out of LMGT3 has been in and jumps the queue ready to be released. We've done 219 laps. We've got 6¼ hours to go. And the sun shines. That part of the circuit starting to dry a little bit. Toyota getting ready for 8 and 7 to come in. That's the order in which they run at the moment.
Yeah, so Rio is on still on that scrubbed set of soft tyres as Buemi waits on.
So the two Ferraris that box, they will drop behind a bunch of cars. Cadillac 2, Ferrari 51, and Porsche 5. So it's not great for track position to box.
Yes, agree. Copy.
You must be becoming very good at the smooth safety car driving. So
I'm a professor promoted.
Yeah, PhD.
Professor of the safety cars.
Professor Hirakawa then in second place at the moment, behind Lawrence Van Thor.
So he's done, on this stint, he's done 6 time laps. Before that, he was still on the wet tyre and he had done 8 time laps. And before that, obviously, was the very lengthy safety car period rolled into the green flag. He'd done 19 laps there, so hence that's why Buemi's sitting there like a coiled spring with his helmet on, ready to go.
But the team looking forward about other people pitting where they are going to be and where the Toyota would be in terms of track position, and saying whether it's a good or a bad time to box, to pit, because what they don't necessarily want is to release the car into a whole wave of traffic and it end up being slightly delayed as a consequence. So they're trying to think post-pit stop as well as what the car is doing now in terms of its track position, and look at the opposition as well.
So yeah, I'm sure by now everyone watching is pretty familiar with a safety car procedure, and that we're going to end up with one safety car ultimately once this tyre barrier is repaired, and we'll have the wave arounds like usual for those that are ahead of their class leaders, and then we can get racing again.
And that will happen, the wave round, once the incident is cleared. So they're still working on the tyre barrier, so there's a little bit of time yet. And
it will all happen hopefully a little bit faster this time, because we're in faster conditions and they're not tiptoeing their way around to the back of safety car A when that happens.
The circuit staff well drilled, so as soon as the car has been removed, they're allowed across the track. And not only, you can see in the background, you've got the tyre wall being rebuilt, yes, but also with the blowers there, the marshals trying to get rid of some of the gravel just to make the track a little bit safer for drivers, because it's still a very quick part of the track, that. And you've got gravel, you've got rain. What else have you got on the circuit?
Yeah, exactly. It's,
what else do you want?
Yeah, and when it's hopefully when it finally dries up, it will be a very green track as well. So very dusty. There'll be no rubber down, and yeah, it gets this is when Le Mans starts to get tough on everybody. You got aches and pains all over, whether you're mechanics, team personnel, in any sense, or drivers. It's just, yeah, you start aching around this time, and you're critically tired.
Yes.
It's to stay sharp, to stay on your A game is incredibly tough to achieve. So all the pit stops start to, or can have that potential to start falling apart, and that's when you need to have it so well drilled into you. It needs to be just that second nature.
Martin and I were talking last night about the fact that, you get to dawn, you get to early in the morning, it's light, you've gone through the night, and you think, yes, we're nearly there, and then you look at the clock and you've got another 6 hours, which is longer than some rounds of the WEC anyway, and you've still got that to go. You've done all of this, and yet you've still got another 6 hours to go, and and we've seen it twice in quick succession here, that things can bite.
Yeah, you've still got 3 Formula 1 Grand Prix to go.
In possible changing conditions, because although it's quite sunny here, look out of our window, there's a bit of blue sky, but the cloud is quite grey, so I'm not convinced we've seen the end of the rain.
Ah, breakfast cam.
He's happy. That's the main thing. That's the Manthey Pure Racing team.
Looks like that would definitely keep him going.
In other news, it's time for your makeup routine. That's one way of making sure your eyes don't look too tired. Now, let's go on board 311, Pipo Derani.
Yeah, copy. So what's the situation on fuel? I'm trying to think, did we pit later, and maybe there's a chance that they might need to pit, all of the leaders might need to pit so that we can get the lap back?
Yeah, just save everything you can right now. Save everything you can, because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, so he's Pipo Derani in the 311 Cadillac, has done 5 time laps. He's on a set of brand new soft tyres, and yeah, that's the right advice. Whenever you can, save fuel. Always the best thing to do, because it will limit the pit stop time. When it all boils down to that final pit stop, and you have that last load of fuel go into the car. Well, if you save enough fuel now, it could be a splash instead of a full tank if you're wise. So yeah, always the best advice to try and save fuel into the safety car, and also in racing conditions, if you're finding it incredibly hard or impossible to overtake a car in front, and you definitely have the pace over them but no straight line speed, as we saw earlier in the race with a few of them, it's a good opportunity to save fuel as well until you reach traffic where you might have that opportunity. Just do more lift and coast.
TS Sport team there you saw enjoying themselves. 82, Sebastian Bode was the driver in the background, and loyal support, even painting your fingernails in the colours of the Corvette. Other teams, and even the Marshals trackside, being in good spirits as the sun now shines. Super slow-mo replay here of the lead Porsche rattling over the curb. Again, that shot that the engineers absolutely hate, because they can see what the drivers are doing to their precious car.
To be fair, most of that on that serrated curb is coming through the tyre itself. So the tyres are suspension as well. We shouldn't forget that with these low-profile tyres, they still create a lot of that oscillation is going through the tyre, and the suspension, the car is built to do this, and it's all taken on board with your setup of the car as well. So without that flexion from the tyre, deformation, you'd have to run the suspension in a much softer sense. So yeah, it is definitely all part of your overall mechanical balance and roll stiffness with the tyre, and it's great to see this sport slowed down, because in a blink of an eye it all happens very quickly. It's a sport that is hard to take in sometimes, so I really appreciate those slow-mo shots.
Lamborghini of Iron Lynx, number 60, which crashed last night. Just going through a pit stop. That was tyres and fuel. Toyota drivers over the wall and then back to the wall to have a look at the data on the Pratt Perch. Kelvin van der Linde under investigation for exiting the pit lane under the same safety car.
We saw a lot of this when you were away, actually, with that lengthy safety car period in the night, with the rain still tipping it down. And De Vries was one of those cars. He came in, he was clearly at the front of the pack of safety car A, which had a long gaggle of cars behind it, and then actually managed to turn the car around and back out, and the green light came on, so he didn't wait at the end of the pit lane. He just followed the other cars that were waiting patiently for the correct safety car to exit, so he ended up exiting with the same safety car. They realised their mistake, so they brought him back in to wait for the correct safety car, and got away with not receiving any penalties. So yeah, I'm sure that will happen as well to the Lexus.
Just seeing the sad sight of Porsche number 4 behind the barrier after Felipe Nasr's crash here, and the tyre barrier is being repaired, not for his accident, but for one that came just 2 or 3 laps later, the demise of Daniel Mancinelli. So the fans around the Indianapolis part of the circuit have had a lot of action, either side of interruptions, really. Two big impacts, 2 significant impacts, not just for the cars he's taken out of the race, but what that has in turn done to change the face of the race up front.
Indianapolis complex quickly becoming the racing car graveyard site.
Yeah, indeed. So, one Porsche, one Aston Martin gone, 2 separate accidents, same part of the racetrack. We're on lap 221 as Rahal Frey then gives a cheery wave in the Iron Lynx Iron Dames garage as she waits for the car that is currently the class leader to make its next pit stop. Michelle Gatting at the wheel. And you're on board with Michelle right now, the car leading LMGT3 in 32nd place overall.
Yeah, with the attrition we've seen this morning, I think we're now down to 50 cars running, with the 4 car clearly out the race at 27 we saw with that dramatic incident. Not an official retirement as yet, but we know that the 66 JMW Motorsport car is going no further, and the 81 TF Sport car, engine problems apparently for that car is done as well.
Okay.
So I think we are down to round 50.
I'll go along with that because number 20 BMW has been in the pits for what feels like about 8 hours now.
I have a feeling they may release that car right at the end of the race.
For marketing purposes.
Maybe so, because it is, of course, the art car.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. It won't be classified as a finisher potentially because it will have done so few laps.
Yeah, it has been a race of some attrition, more than we've had in recent years.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, when you've got increased competition, combined with obviously very difficult conditions, it's always going to push manufacturers to eke out more from their car. Oh, no, this is an interesting rare sight. Oh my goodness, this is supposed to be happening.
I'm not sure that was in the script.
It has happened, whether it was intended or not. Into the pit, it comes number 7, Graham, sorry.
Apologies, I'm just about to say, by the way, even with that attrition, we still have a train of 18 hypercars left in this race.
Let's listen to Nick De Vries on the radio here.
Okay, Nick, what's the most dangerous place currently with wet patches?
15, 16, 7. But it's okay, it's okay.
Copy that.
The most dangerous place is still okay, in Nick De Vries speak.
Trying to remember my Toyota circuit map. I'm racking my brains because I know they don't use the same circuit map as the ACO and the FIA. They take away a lot of the, in racing driver speak, pointless corners, which the ACO and FIA for the marshals, they need to name them or number them more closely. I think they referred to 14 as Mulsanne corner.
So 15, 16 will be Indianapolis Arnage,
yes,
will it?
I think so.
Yeah. Which tallies with what we've seen. So, yeah, well done, Sherlock, we got that. Yeah. So after those 2 big offs, I would agree with Nick De Vries. It's a pretty hairy part of the racetrack, that.
Could just as easily said the one with the upside-down Aston Martin.
And I can hear Karun Chandok screaming in my ears, and that's why we refer to them by the corner names, not numbers, Davidson.
Quite right.
Yeah.
The track should have corners. Many years ago, I can remember being in Valencia, the street circuit, for the first Grand Prix, and there was the press conference that Bob Constanduras was hosting, and he was trying to ask Fernando Alonso about corner names and corner numbers, and he was trying to explain that at Alton Park there's this corner called Knickerbrook. A more glazed expression on the Grand Prix driver's face you have never seen. Alonso thinking, what are you talking about? What?
It's like when I was in Formula One, I had a Spanish engineer. He didn't know what I was talking about when I was referring to Cops, Maggots, Beckett's. Yep. He said, what? The sprockets? What was it, sprockets?
Talking numbers, man. I can understand that, yeah. Ben Barnicoat currently is the leader of LMP2, the very quick Brit, the underrated Brit, but he's doing a great job. Peter Dambrett rejoins us as we have this safety car period. Peter, for, as you probably saw, an upside-down Aston Martin and the tar barrier build.
Yeah, unfortunate. It was one of those things that I guess he just didn't commit to that dry line. He saw the Ferrari behind, hesitated, got two wheels on the wet, snap, bang. Yeah, what a shame. What a way to go out. Such a shame.
Yeah. You did more GT racing than I ever did, Peter. What could he have done in that situation? What would you have done?
Yeah, hold your ground. You've got to hold your ground. Yeah, you've got to put the impetus on the car, overtaking car, to get around you. You take your racing line, let them go around you. It's at the end of the day, if the Ferrari was to have made contact with you on the racing line, it's their fault. And you can put your hands up and say, well, you know, I wasn't doing anything wrong.
But we often see the GT drivers, I experienced this when I was in LMP1, it's like they actively defend before they even get to the corner, as just to show you a message to say, yeah, not here, wait for another corner.
And let's face it, throughout a race, everyone's working with each other, and you're seeing a GT car several times in a race, and you learn which cars to be careful with and which ones will absolutely pull over to the side and just let you go. So in that situation, yeah, hindsight's great, but he should have just committed to the line.
So we are behind the safety cars, plural, the three of them that pick up three groups of cars. The next part is going to be to clear the incident and then the pass round, get everybody in one line ready for the restart. So we're a lap or two or three away from getting back underway, but we are in the last lap with the three safety cars now, so then we've got to get the one line and then get ready for the restart. So we're edging closer with 6 hours to go. Just the three Grand Prix then now.
Just the three.
Just the one WEC race.
Indeed, yeah. Right, down to the chicane. At the Ford chicane, come Lamborghini, come Porsche. And a quick reminder that it is, at the moment, Lawrence Vanthoor in Porsche number 6, the leader from Toyota number 8, Ryo Hirakawa. And because of the most recent pit stop for number 7, up to 3rd overall, comes El Bamba, number 2 Cadillac. LMP2, Ben Barnicoat for AF Corsa leads the way ahead of Oliver Jarvis for United Autosports and Patrick Pilet in number 10, the Vector Sport entry. LMGT3 was the Iron Dames. Michel Gattin coming into the pit lane, and therefore into the lead of the class goes United Autosports' Gregoire Saucy. McLaren up to 2nd will go Jack Hawksworth's Lexus. Up to 3rd, Richard Lietz in the Manthey EMA Porsche.
Peter's just shown me the most depressing image on his phone.
Oh, that sounds a bit dodgy.
It's weather, and there's more of it coming our way.
Right, more rain on the way. Now, that's 81 that had stopped and triggered a yellow, remember. Charlie Eastwood's car was behind the barrier. It has got going and then has stopped again.
In fact, it was that car that pretty much made the switch, wasn't it? That's how the number 6 got ahead of the number 8.
So the Corvette then was trying to get going. It's ground to a halt once more. Charlie Eastwood doing his best to limp the car back, but he's not made it as far as the pit lane, and it's in another awkward place on a fast section of the racetrack.
But so close to home, isn't it? So nearly there. Whatever he's doing to get that car going again.
33 and 34.
Race control talking about where the marshals are working. That's a bit like we saw from Salo Joric's Ferrari last night. It was edging its way towards pit in, but never got there.
Please be advised, we have a car stopped at MP1. We have a car stopped between 35 and 1. We'll be sending recovery vehicles to recover that car.
So this might just extend the safety.
We have marshals working at MP33. We have marshals working.
They were talking about the last lap for the 3 safety cars, but now we've got another stranded car. Might have to be extended. This element of the process might have to be extended just to clear that car out of the way.
And when you look at that weather out there, and I've just been out, just come back in, it's actually quite warm out there. Sun's out, it's feeling nice, but as we talked about, by 12, 1 o'clock, 70% chance of rain from what I see.
Marvellous. Just what the teams need for the last 2 or 3 hours.
Had to share that great news, didn't you?
Well, it's all right sitting in here, isn't it?
I've never hoped you're more wrong, Peter, but I fear you might be right. This race ain't over yet.
There's always a twist here at Le Mans, isn't there?
Absolutely. Yeah, calm before the storm, isn't it? In so many respects. Right, the Corvette being pushed again behind the barrier, and I think this time it'll be left behind the barrier. In comes the lead car then.
And followed by second place as well.
Let's listen to the Corvette radio for a moment as you watch the top 2 come to the pits.
Video check.